Gary's on the highway, rolling through the night. 18 wheels of freedom, stars are shining. Valleys, through the wind and rain. Gary keeps on driving, never feels the strain. With the engine roaring and the radio on high, he's got the open road and the endless sky. Gary, 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 king of the road, streaming his journey, feeling light as a load. Gary, 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 miles to go, crossing the country in his big rig show. He's seen the desert sunsets and the coastal waves, through the city's bright lights and the quiet country lanes. From dawn till the dusk, he keeps his wheels in line, living for a journey and the endless miles of time. With his camera rolling and a smile on his face, Gary shares his stories from place to place. Gary, 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 king of the road, streaming his journey, feeling light as a load. Gary, 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 miles to go, crossing the country in his big rig show. Through the snow and the rain, the heat and the cold, Gary's got a heart of steel and spirit bold. He's the eyes of the road, the voice of the night, sharing every moment, every mile in sight. Gary, 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 king of the road, streaming his journey, feeling light as a load. Gary, 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 miles to go, crossing the country in his big rig show. So if you're ever lonely, just tune in and see Gary's on the highway where he's meant to be. Gary, 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 with a smile so wide, taking us along for the ride of our lives. Gary, 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 miles to go, crossing the country in his big rig show.
Well, good morning, everybody. Hopefully everybody has had a great night. Get the truck up, fired up. Hopefully it doesn't intervene on some things. We'll find out. There we go, it's not.
Mr. 26 PT2 says, guess what I did today, Gary? You'll never guess.
You talked to Apu? Oh my goodness, Mr. 26, you are calling me. Oh my goodness, how are you? How's the new job? Are you liking it? Yeah, no, are you? I have no idea, Mr. 26, but I figured just throw that in there. Fiddlesticks on that. Let's see.
Today I played the Democrat game and early voted.
Really? For me, I would have waited till the day of, and I would have voted then.
The Democrats won't like me, though, because I did not vote for a single Democrat. Heavy Racing Queen says good morning.
It's going to happen regardless what happens, but why is that? I didn't put that that way. Oh, I see now. do. But I got something else that seems to be a little out of whack. Oh, it don't really matter because it's up on the screen. I see it. I see it. Good morning, everybody worldwide. How are you all today? Oh, man.
Mr. 26 PT2 says hello at Heavy Racing Queen. Nightbot, hello Heavy Racing Queen, how are you doing? Good to see you today. Lynn says, so at Heavy Racing Queen. Nightbot says, be sure to follow or subscribe to Heavy Racing Queen at URL. Baltrix Official says, go follow at Heavy Racing Queen's channel to URL. Heavy Racing Queen says, hi at MR26PT2. Nightbot says, Heavy Racing Queen, is that you? I've missed you, Heavy Racing Queen, glad you are here. Welcome back to the family. Mr. 26 PT2 says hello at Lynn. Nightbot, hello Lynn, how are you doing? Good to see you today.
That was definitely all Heavy Racing Queen.
Heavy Racing Queen says, thank goodness it is an old clip.
That old clip, heck, that still
Thanks,
happens.
Lynn.
That still happens today. Jeez Louise. Old clip, yeah, okay.
Lynn says, morning, Mr. Heavy Racing Queen says you missed the party yesterday.
Party? I didn't miss a party. Sitting in the truck all day was the party.
Lynn says, morning, Queen.
So almighty today is going to be not a very long day, but we're just going to let the stream run. That's what we're going to do.
Heavy Racing Queen says, morning, Lynn.
So what party was this, Heavy Racing Queen?
You missed 4 kiss cams.
4 kiss cams? Oh boy.
Nightbot says, want to be more part of the interstate travel crew? Get updates when we go live, added games, and much more. Open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Here's the Discord link, so click here on the link, and thanks in advance. URL. Farmer Pierce asks Gary, you missed her giggles. At Heavy Racing Queen, your gut muscles hurt. Lynn says, so at Farmer Pierce. Baltrix Official says, go follow at Farmer Pierce's channel to URL. Nightbot says, be sure to follow or subscribe to Farmer Pierce at URL. Frosty says, hang tight. Your shoutouts are on cooldown for 29 minutes.
We've actually...
Nightbot says use check-in less than location greater than. Location can be a city, state, province, country, airport, postal zip code, plus code. Example, check-in W127TP. You don't have to recheck until we reset the globe. Heavy Racing Queen says my stomach is good at Farmer Pierce. Farmer Pierce says tie.
I've seen her, one of her kiss cams. We actually captured, she gave us, no wait, how did I do that? I think I captured it or something or another. So we've seen her kiss cams. Cool. Marco, how are you doing today? If that's how you say it. But yeah, we've actually seen the kiss cam happen with Heavy Racing Queen. So yeah, she can really get going there laughing. That is for sure. That is most definitely for sure. Good Lord, looks like somebody ran a seagull on my screen. But it looks like it's going to rain out here. Definitely. Free wash. That's all I care. Let that soak in a couple seconds.
Heavy Racing Queen says I never thought I would get to where I needed to be. Tuomas Finn says hello all. Nightbot, hello all, how are you doing? Good to see you today. Mr. 26 PT2 says I am 200% relying on the Queen boss to do her thing and purr me to sleep. I just finished working the graveyard shift at work.
Oh,
Lynn
man.
says Tuomas hello.
Well, we'll try our best,
Who
Mr.
always
26.
says it Lynn Halen.
I'll try our best, Mr. 26, to get you to go fall asleep. But being out west here, we're just not getting the nice long hours that we're on and all that other stuff. So it kind of sucks in a way for us. But we will try our best, any way possible. There, that should clean that thing off. What's better? It looks like it's definitely gonna
Henrik
rain.
says can't see anything.
Can't see anything. Give it some time, Henrik. You'll see.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome. You feeling better, buddy? That being you, Henrik? Power event detected. Don't take your power
Yeah.
event and throw it.
Lynn says Henrik hello. Farmer Kylie 25 says morning. Heavy Racing Queen says we have nice sunshine. Henrik says but not fully.
Well, at least you're getting better.
Mr. 26 PT2 says it looks like it's already raining there.
Yeah. I think we are going to actually get some rain today, which they kind of, well, I don't know about North Dakota. I couldn't tell you, but they do need the rain. But you can't really have a whole lot of rain because farmers still got to try getting their, everything off the field yet. But heck, if I get a free truck wash out of it, why not? I'm all for it. $9:30. Got roughly about an hour to wait anyways, but we're not going to wait that because we need to get going. Got a busy day today. And I got to make a phone call today. Real quick. So if it goes quiet really quick, everybody, we'll definitely be back. Let's see if somebody answers the phone first. Alright, we got that taken care of. Was on a phone call, Henrik. We gotta talk with dispatch. So we got everything all squared away and hopefully they'll get that all taken care of, being Tuesday. Trying to get at least one or two more loads yet for this week because this is still the first load we're on yet.
I know. I was just joking around.
find out if this is going to be a lumper or not. Expensive lumper. See if there's going to be any kind of number behind this, which I don't know.
Heavy Racing Queen says, I will catch you later, Gator work time. Farmer
Copy that.
Kylie 25 says, at Henrik, good morning.
So yeah, there is going to be a lumper number on this one.
Henrik says, morning, Kylie. Heavy Racing Queen says, I will try and not have food fights.
Oh, you know you're going to have a food fight.
Farmer Kylie 25 says that Heavy Racing Queen food fights are fun on Thanksgiving, lol.
Well, only you would probably have them, Kylie.
Frosty yells, who was the immediate superior of Oliver North, who confessed to authorizing funds for the Contra rebels in Nicaragua during the Iran-Contra affair. Find out when the ads end in about 2 minutes.
I think that'll stay. Nope, I think it'll stay, but that's fine. Alright, let's get over to our, get over and get this unloaded and then see what happens today. So there's going to be some waiting simulation, everybody. There's going to be some waiting simulation. But we're just going to keep the stream running today because of the fact is it's like we haven't really streamed in many hours this week because of how short these loads are. So now you got a taste of what I got to deal with. Really good either. I mean, it's already Tuesday and we're only on our first load when we're already on, usually on our second load by then. So it kind of sucks.
Farmer Pierce says, I'll take what's given. I'm just along for the ride.
Yeah. That's why we might just come back to Michigan. Because normally by Tuesday we're already on, or by Monday we're already on our second load for Tuesday delivery. Dang, is that a weird shift?
Frosty says John Poindexter was the immediate boss of Oliver North, who admitted to authorizing the controversial funding of the Contra rebels in Nicaragua.
But yeah, normally we end up having our load, geez, look at that cloud formation. It's like, man, is that weird? But yeah, I mean, it's just ironic that we haven't gotten further than what we are. So that's why we might just end up coming back to Michigan.
Utterly Epic Gaming says it's a tear in an interstellar dimensional rift.
Utterly
25 says no buttons. 320 my mom. She will start the food fights. She's known for that. Lol. Ask FP.
Buttons is the one that starts the food fights. I find that utterly amazing. Sorry, Utterly, I had to use that pun in there. Utterly, how's things with you? Hopefully you had a great weekend.
Utterly Epic Gaming says, it's all in good pun.
Right. Hopefully the wife is doing very well.
Awesome weekend, and slowly but surely big things happening for the VTC now.
Copy that. Man, I don't remember this place at all. We've never been here. Never. But we will probably park the truck right here. No, probably not, because somebody's probably coming around the corner. Look at there. There's Prime.
Farmer Kylie 25 says yes, she's known to start them.
I've never been to this place, so this is going to be interesting to figure out where to check in and everything else. But oh well, we'll figure it out. We'll have to use the check-in mod. Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to be picking on a lot of you ATS guys. We'll have to use definitely the check-in mod and all
Henrik
that
says
stuff.
looks like more waiting time.
Yeah, there will be. But it doesn't look like they got a big place like the one in Hopkins there in Minnesota. That place is humongous.
Lynn says morning Kylie. Farmer Kylie 25 says you say pass at the dinner table, you're more likely to get something thrown at you, and morning Lynn. Lynn says morning Utterly. Henrik says, wow, look at that empty trailer with all black at the top.
Yeah. That's all from the diesel.
Utterly Epic Gaming says at Lynn, good morning.
Alright, we'll be back everybody. I don't know where to check in. I guess we'll just have to figure it out. I would imagine I have to go in on door 8.
Henrik says, looks more like an engine fire.
No, it's just that all of a sudden when it builds up, when it starts up and it just builds up in here and then it just looks like it does. Some of our trailers do it too. It all depends upon where they stick the exhaust pipe. Now like the trailer right here, you only see a little black spot like near the end. But this one here, I don't know why it's like covered all the way through the top. Maybe because of bad wind or something or another, but I don't know. Even the one right here has got a little bit, but not bad. All right, everybody. Be good, kids. We're going to go check in. Make sure we don't get drenched. Make sure we don't melt.
WZ.new follow us. Heart big back dollar heart open. 3,952 followers. +1. Sound alerts
Prime Big
yells
Back
Big
Johnny
Back Johnny
followed your channel.
Thanks for the follow, Big Back Johnny. Welcome in. We'll be back.
Henrik says, kids, thanks for that. XD. Lynn says, so at Utterly Epic Gaming. Nightbot says, be sure to follow or subscribe to Utterly Epic Gaming at URL. Botrix Official says, go follow at Utterly Epic Gaming's channel to URL. Frosty says, hang tight. Your shoutouts are on cooldown for 12 minutes.
Area clear. Landing in LZ. Team acquired. We're done here, Red Whip. You did good work, team. Let's regroup to plan our next move.
Gaming says, appreciate that. Lynn says, you very welcome. NTTOTD says, hello, cool.
Looks like Nightbot beat you with 106.
Law, Nightbot says 3,569 of LOL have been counted to date. NTTOTD.
What's
Lynn
going
says
on,
morning
NT? So it's hard to tell which side of we're supposed to actually be on. I think the side we're on right here is where we need to be, according to my understanding.
NTTOTD says, I love the 8 minutes cooldown. Pause it is good.
8 minutes. That's 5 minutes.
William Gitchell 2 says, morning Gary.
Morning, William. How you doing today? Sleep well? Looks like they gave me a different load. What is going on here?
Lynn says, morning William.
Okay.
NTTOTD says, how's Fargo, Gary? William Gitchell 2 says, are you in Fargo, North Dakota?
We are. We are in Fargo. We've been here all night. Well, basically from the afternoon when we got here. So we've been here at the same place. Well, not here. We were at a truck stop where we stopped our stream.
Morning, Lynn.
Holy crap. They really packed the loads on me. Dang. Well, the only good thing is now I only got one stop. Well, I got 2 stops.
I sleep good.
Copy that. That's good that you slept good. So, dang, they like got me.
NTTOTD says, well, Gary, the know you need a load, so they making it easy.
Making it easy. They made it hard. They like packed on the loads like boom. Looks like if we get going today and get back, we almost got to start heading to La Crosse, which I don't see that happening. I really don't. Well, I guess we're gonna have to see what happens. We could do this. I mean, it's happened to us last week.
Bluewood says, sup.
What up, Blue?
NTTOTD says, wool across. I know where that is, cause I live close to that place. Hi, Bal. Nightbot says, NTTOTD, is that you? I've missed you. NTTOTD, glad you are here. Welcome back to the family.
So what are you on? Just the other side of the state there, NT? I mean, you could have stopped and said hello.
NTTOTD says, Nightbot, wrong guy. Nightbot says, yes, NTTOTD. Ha ha ha, nay, NER, NTTOTD. I'm just a bot, ha 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 ha. And I'm sassy, wiggles a tail feather dance to NTTOTD. NTTOTD says, Minnesota close to Wisconsin.
Well, I know it is. I know it is, but like, how far are you from like La Crosse, roughly? Because I mean, going up along the state there, I mean, we're close to the border of Minnesota there, eh?
I live 40 minutes away.
40 minutes. Well, geez Louise. And I think, I don't know, William, how far are you away from, because I mean, we're not that far in Fargo.
William Gitchell 2 says 57 minutes.
So even right now, with us being in Fargo, William, we're 57 minutes away.
NTTOTD says, not too bad.
Copy that, Lynn.
Bluewood says I'm chillin' just another day in the army. NTTOTD says Friday I'ma be grinding Black's Ops 6.
Another day in the Army. Well, thank you, Balut, for your service to the armed forces. We salute you big and highly.
I heard from me it could be 80 degrees at 2 a.m. on Halloween night, so let's hope not.
80 degrees at 2 a.m. I don't think it's going to be 80 degrees at 2 a.m. That would be kind of unreal.
Farmer Kylie 25 says, so FP, what's on the bucket list today? William Gitchell 2 says, cool.
Triple Psycho Gaming.
Triple Psycho Gaming says, yo dude. Nightbot yells, yo Triple Psycho Gaming, yo yourself, was sup Triple Psycho Gaming. Farmer Pierce says at Farmer Kylie 25 working on Road SI Good Nights and Giants Editor.
Giants Editor.
Canadian Bear says hello Gary. Nightbot hello Gary, how are you doing? Good to see you today. Triple Psycho Gaming says got ya on Trovo.
Copy that.
Canadian Bear says, hello Devilman. Nightbot, hello Devilman, how are you doing? Good to see you today.
You know, some of the things that you would think would work don't work, and it's the odd part. But it is what it is, I guess. There we go. Let's get that done.
Interstate Travel Crew says, so at Triple Psycho Gaming. Nightbot says, be sure to follow or subscribe to Triple Psycho Gaming at URL. Botrix Official says, go follow at Triple Psycho Gaming's channel to URL. Farmer Kylie 25 says at Farmer Pierce, aw sounds fun, I got an OB appointment in the next 3 hours. Interstate Travel Crew says, so at Canadian Bear. Nightbot says, be sure to follow or subscribe to Canadian Bear at URL. Botrix Official says, go follow at Canadian Bear's channel to URL. Frosty says, hang tight, your shoutouts are on cooldown for 30 minutes.
You know, it's kind of funny as I'm looking at the screen and everything else in productions, and I was like,
Farmer Pierce says, oh yeah, it's a blast. Texture files, i3D files, changing XML files, making notes of changes, etc. Awesome at Farmer Kylie 25.
so yeah, today is like gonna be a really fun day here because we kind of rearranged some things in here today. Well, last night while we were sitting waiting for a lot of things to happen, and so we changed a lot of things in just the stream chat. So it looks like on our 100,000 K goal there, we raised 75K. 75K. Thank you, everybody. Of course, I don't know when I filled that one out of how that works, but it's there. Let's put it that way. Lynn contributed another 26 total to the 100,000 goal. Thank you, Lynn. And Hendrick contributed another 6,000 total to the 100,000 goal challenge. Thank you, Hendrick. We're at 81K. Triple Cycle contributed 2,000 total to the 100,000 goal challenge, I should say. Utterly controlled 100,000 to the goal challenge. Boy, Utterly's been watching a lot. Holy crap, 100,000. Jeez, Utterly. Thank you, sir.
$85K.
And Farmer Pierce has got 85K.
Farmer Kylie 25 says 78K now.
Ah, you're getting up there, Kylie. You're getting up there. You're slowly getting up there, Kylie. Oh, we'll figure all that out.
Anonymous played bang for 0 bits. Farmer Kylie 25 says slowly.
Something to do here before Lynn yells at me. There we go. I got that there. Oh yeah, you betcha there, eh? That just gave me an idea, believe it or not. These guys are walking outside like, yeah, look, looks like we got a couple open spots here for trailers there.
Yells Happy Gaming 15 followed your channel. WZ bought new follow S. Heart Hackney Gaming 15 heart. Welcome.
Followed your channel.
3,953 followers plus 2.
Thank you, Hackney Gaming, for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing today?
Canadian Bear played Gary to Carmen for 0 bits.
Thanks, Bear.
I've been trying to leave it all behind, trying to find my way on my own. I've been lying, trying to stop my mind every time I'm reminded of you. Cause I don't know
says
what
Sarah
I'd
tried
do,
Christmas last night for your grace.
and I
What?
don't know where I'd go.
What?
How would I start again when there's one thing I know? The thing about you got me believing that all my leaving was much too soon. And the thing about you, I can't deny it, and I can't hide it. That's why I'm coming home. The thing about you, I was driving through the night and
Morning,
fighting
Prairie.
through the miles and memories of you. I was blinded by the crazy kind of thinking I'd be fine when someone knew. Cause I don't know where I'd go, and I don't know what I'd do if this were the end of the road. When you're all that I've known, the thing about you got me believing that all my leaving was much too soon. And the thing about you, I can't deny it, and I can't hide it. That's why I'm coming home. The thing about you, the thing about you. Maybe it's time that we gave it another chance. Look at how far we've come. Don't say that we can't. And every time I take a breath, it's you, it's you.
Interstate Travel Crew says music. Smartbot says when a sound alert plays, Gary will answer questions after the song or sound bit is done. When a sound bit is playing, Gary will pause from talking so you don't have to talk over the sound bit playing. Thanks, everyone.
The thing about you got me believing that all my leaving was much too soon. And the thing about you, I can't deny it. No, I won't fight it. That's why I'm coming home. The thing about you, the thing about I've been lying, trying to stop my mind every time I'm reminded of you.
Thanks again, Bear.
CANADIANBEAR4 played Gary to Carmen.
Oh, there's an old truck. Really don't like the paint job on it, but that's an old truck.
Canadian Bear says you're welcome, Gary.
So for anybody that missed it last night, granted it was late probably for a lot of you, but I think Zero agreed to be in a pink turkey outfit. So the next time when he goes live, make sure everyone brings up the pink turkey outfit for Halloween. He wanted to be a pink turkey for Halloween.
DeGroff Gaming says good morning.
What's up, DeGraff? How'd you sleep? How's your day going?
Lynn says morning to Groff.
But I know I got a 9:30 appointment, so you guys are probably holding me to that 9:30 appointment. Even though we don't have that much on board for you guys, but we do. Put this up on the screen. Put him over there.
Big Back Johnny says, I'm a manager at a company, but I don't like it. Been looking at getting into CDL. I like working alone.
Well, Big Bad Johnny, how old are you? Let me ask you that question first. How old are you? Do you got a wife and kids? And if you don't mind me asking, what state are you in? Just what state? Not anything more, just what state you're in.
I'm 31.
Copy that on the 31. Now you got a wife and kids?
No wife or kids. I'm in Texas.
So basically what you should start doing if you don't like your job, I would start saving up money. And then basically you go down to your local DMV and you ask for the CDL books, because every state has their own books for the CDL with air brake. And then you start studying the book left and right, up and down, sideways to sideways, and vice versa. Go down then, take your test to get your temporary permit if your state has that. And then when you got the money built up, check into a driving school and take the driving school, because you won't be able to get hired after you got your temps. You got to have some sort of a training in order to drive a semi. Go find a driving school in or around by Texas, and then take the course, and then see if hold on a minute. Hello. Yep. 14. All right. And then I did have an express code number there on your paperwork. Thank you. Door 14. I'll be there shortly. Yep, bye. And then basically once you go to the driving school, hopefully that they have somebody there from a company to recruit you. And once they recruit you, you want to stay there 2 years, no matter how bad it is. 2 years. That is the federal minimum for a driving, to be at any place. And you might get low pay for low mileage, because they're taking a risk on you driving a truck. You're an insurance risk driving a truck that's never driven a truck ever under 2 years. So you'll definitely want to stay at that company as long as you can to get your 2 years in. And then after 2 years, you're golden to go anywheres. And I tell that to anybody that's wanting to get their CDL, that's the bare minimum of 2 years to be able to get hired on to some other place. But you
Okay, thank you for the info.
But you definitely want to save up that money, because a driving school can be very expensive right now.
Saunders says John Larson Jr. 69 says you're the best.
What's up, John?
John Larson Bloomer 69 played You're the Best.
What's going on today, John? Did you sleep well? Hopefully you're having a great day, John.
John Larson Bloomer 69 says just drinking coffee.
There you go, drinking the coffee. Well, at least we're kind of lined up.
Didn't sleep well, arm hurts from getting my flu shot.
Oh man, the flu shots, those suck. I stopped getting them things a long time ago. Got sick and tired of getting sick off of the flu shot. Alright, we gotta go open some doors, we'll be back. For Lynn to do the backup challenge yet. I think we should do a poll. Should Lynn do a backup on the semi?
Yes. Lynn says, hey now, lol. Nightbot says, hey yourself, Lynn. You don't want alfalfa hay, straw, wheat, or oats. I eat it every day and I love IT. Nom nom, I feel excelling.
I like John's way of thinking.
Canadian Bear says, yes.
Ooh, there's two. We got two people. 2 people. 2 to 1.
DeGroff Gaming says yes. Farmer Kylie 25 says I'd probably hit something if I was backing a trailer in LOL. Lynn says don't behave LOL.
DeGraff says 2, or says yes, that'd be 3. Kylie, yeah, you'd hit something. See what else we can find in here.
All you voting yes better think twice EW about that lol. Farmer Kylie25 says a John Larson Bloomer 69, getting shots don't hurt that bad JK, just giving you crap is all.
Now see, we had that rain earlier. See all this? It seems like it's moving out. I mean, the sun is trying to come out, but here's all that rain starting to move towards Minnesota. So sometime today, we're probably going to get hit with that twice again. I have a bad feeling we will.
You rain.
We need the rain, Kylie. But just enough to kind of get the ground topsoil a little wet, like maybe a ½ inch. That's it, no more, just a ½ inch. Well, they got a red light on us already, and boy, they are loading us already. That a boy, or that a girl.
Cool.
Oh, look at that. Nightbot is still cooler than you, Kylie.
I'll take the 50%.
Well, they are definitely starting to unload us.
The other 50 is to try and beat FP next spring in fishing.
Good luck with that, Kylie. You still owe Dad a couple meals anyways. You're never gonna win with Dad. He's fished longer than probably you have. He's probably fished more times than
BRB ads. Nightbot says, okay, Farmer Kylie 25 on BRB. You will be missed. But we understand with daily life, you gotta take care of what you have to do. Farmer Kylie 25,259 times on the BRB counter. Kylie 25 says Nightbot, I didn't ask you lol. Nightbot says yes. Farmer Kylie 25, ha 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 nay Farmer Kylie 25, I'm just a bot ha 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 ha. And I'm sassy, wiggles a tail feather dance to Farmer Kylie 25. Farmer Kylie 25 says I'll get FP in fishing one way or another next spring. I'm gonna get this bait pop that Scott Martin uses.
I doubt it, Kylie. Your dad, so the bait you're gonna get has probably been used in one fishing hole. It has not ever been used in surrounding fishing holes, if that makes sense.
Farmer Kylie 25 says watch me at Farmer Pierce. Interstate Travel Crew says Dad will beat yeah 1,000 times. Farmer Kylie 25 says are you saying challenge accepted at Farmer Pierce lol. Interstate Travel Crew says so better pay up the meals you lost already, to FP. Farmer Kylie 25 says oh good lord. Restream bot says, Trovo, Interstate Travel Crew, welcome in at Triple Psycho Gaming and Yo. Farmer Pierce says when it comes to fishing, you should know I'm always competitive. 4 meals is fine with me, even if it's McDonald's. Interstate Travel Crew says, so pay it up, Kylie. Farmer Kylie 25 says, haha FPU paying lol. Interstate Travel Crew says, you bet your dad own it. Time zone Fargo, North Dakota. WZ.NewFireS. Put Jellistroid 2 heart. Welcome. 3,954 followers plus 3.
Prime Jellistroid 2 followed your channel.
Followed your channel.
Welcome in, Jealous Triad 2. Thank you for that follow. Hope you're doing good today.
Lynn says bless you.
Thank you,
Farmer
Lynn.
Kylie 25 says bless you.
Thank you,
Nightbot says
Kylie.
Gary or Carmen, you got caught again by Lynn sneezing again 208 times in the Quiet Queen boss. Try being more secretive. Sheesh. Shakes head.
Well, where in the world? There we go. I know we got a blue beacon nearby. There we go. There we go. How are we south of that or north of that? That makes no sense.
Farmer Pierce says this winter I'm replacing either some of my tackle, either by replacing the skirts or just replacing them with newer items of the same style.
Well, if you've had good luck with them, I would just change them. Because you never want to be like, what the heck? You want me to go on an up-paved road? Sometimes I swear this thing has no idea what it's doing. But I would just replace them, Farmer Pierce. I wouldn't put new ones on there. I mean, if you've never tested them, it could lead into a bad thing where all of a sudden you don't catch fish, if that makes sense. If you had good luck with the old ones, why change them? All right, got that done. Finish this out.
Deteriorate and the skirt falls off.
Yeah, I get it. I 100% get it. I truly get it. secretary safe for another, who knows when. Maybe another day. Hopefully that's right.
Yale was now 27, asked you like driving that rig with a full load or empty load, don't matter either way.
It's usually better off driving with a load on. It's actually harder to brake with no load on. So
Cooper
yeah.
says, I'm sorry I'm new here. What's your responsibility during unloading usually?
Sit and wait. Pay the lumpers, because I'm not going to unload it. I'm not going to ruin my back for unloading the load. But by far, it's easier to have...
Perfect.
It's usually easier to have them unload it. But also to get back to Yell, it's better off having the trailer loaded. What's up, Irish? How you doing today?
says doing good, doing good.
That's good. That's good. You have a great weekend? Everything all good on that part?
Yell was now 27 says I'd be taking a nap waiting for them to unload.
Oh, trust me, we got plenty of a nap yesterday. We did a lot of waiting yesterday. We got here, we couldn't unload early. I think we got here, I think it was around 10 or 12 o'clock. No, it was earlier than that. I think we got here a little after, yeah, it was probably around 12, 11, 10. I'd actually have to look, because I mean, we go through so much that, but we sat here all yesterday, and we couldn't get unloaded early.
Irish Bingu says weekend was uneventful, minus that ride I mentioned.
Oh, gotcha.
Poober says that sucks.
Yeah, well, that's trucking. That's trucking. Sit and wait, sit and wait.
Irish Bingu says, thinking about going on a ride along with an uncle in the trucking business if he and his company will allow.
Well, they'll probably have you fill out a form so that you probably can, but you gotta ask them. You gotta ask them. If your uncle's willing to take you, great. If he don't, well, he's probably got his reasons.
Jealous-Droid 2 says you have a beautiful Ford Model T. I saw the YT video, and it sounds really good for its age.
Yeah, it took a lot of time to get that thing running. A lot of that footage, a lot of you guys didn't see, but it took me a while to get that thing running. The magnetos I had to test and everything else just to get it running the way it is. Yeah, I got a lot of time in that thing. We got it home now. We'll probably do some things with it during the winter months. We'll definitely stream it when that time comes.
Irish Bingu says, I'm planning on a no, but you never know. It'd be for free as a passenger, not a paid driver aid.
Right. Well, I get that, but usually you gotta sign an insurance waiver. That's what usually happens there, Irish.
Makes sense, yeah. It'd be good insight experience if it goes to plan.
Yeah, it would be for you. I mean, I never, well, I take that back. Just bobtailing in a semi a long time ago before I definitely got my CDL. It was a good experience. Especially like all of a sudden when we, because we bobbed, well wait, I take that back. We had a load and we dropped it off in the city because the load was ready. And then we bobtailed back to the house. And that was a good experience for me. And it was like, I think it would be a good experience for you as well.
Probably been asked at least 4 times in the past hour, but how are you and the wife doing?
We're doing really good. She's at work today. So, yeah, we're doing good.
Jealous-Droid 2 says, I see some Thermo Kings sitting out there, and is that a Great Dane sitting over there with the black paint job?
I would think that would probably be a Great Dane. Yeah, it is a Great Dane. The one on the far right there, yeah, it's a Great Dane.
I always liked those trailers and the Oolala T 3000Rs. Frosty yells in 1971, Uganda witnessed a dramatic shift in power. Can you name the leader who was overthrown by Idi Amin during this coup? Find out when the ads end in about 2 minutes.
Oh, let's see what they got here. Your truck is ready for checkout. Do not pull out of the door. Thanks. Choosing Capstone. Pay here. I already paid. I don't know why I gotta pay again. I gave you an express code number. I can't even send screenshots at the new program, which is dumb.
The leader deposed by Idi Amin in 1971 was none other than Milton Obote, marking a significant significant and tumultuous change in Uganda's political landscape. Prairie 6900 asks, do you have a favorite song?
I've got tons of favorite songs, Ray Ray. How you doing today, Ray Ray?
I'm good, having my morning coffee. How are you?
We're okay today. Yesterday, very short stream. I mean, we're not used to doing very short streams. But for the most part, I mean, we sat the rest of the day, and here we are today. So yeah, we're doing all right. Whatever happens today, we're just gonna stream today and let it go. That's about all we're gonna do until we get our load. If we gotta wait till it's ready and then go, then we will. But we're just gonna keep the camera rolling today. And we're kind of doing the same delivery as we did last week for our backhaul. Well, yeah, kind of, because we got to go to Long Prairie, pick up there. So we'll leave the camera running for that, and then for our pickup in Green Bay, we'll leave the camera rolling. We'll just have to deal with the buffers that we get.
That's cool. How long do they make you wait?
Well, we've had a 9:30 appointment. They had us in a little before, I think it was like 9 o'clock. So, I mean, they only had, I think it was like 13 pallets. That was it for this stop. The other stop was in Bowersville, Minnesota yesterday. So, I mean, we only streamed for like, I think it was like 4 or 6 hours only. That was it. We're not used to doing streams that short. We're used to doing like 6 hours plus.
Have you ever done any jobs going to Toronto or Sudbury?
No, we don't go into Canada. We don't do anything that goes into Canada at all. This kind of sucks.
What sucks? Nightbot says 1. What are we hauling? Sundays always beef from Green Bay to customers. 2. What kind of truck? Type T683. Tour of the truck. Truck tour 4. What kind of trailer? Trailers 5. What time is it by Gary? CDT.
Just kind of going through this right now and trying to figure out because supposedly for to pay the lumber fee. So that's why I said this sucks. Trying to figure this all out, but it is what it is. Figure out how to send it. Doesn't ever want to play nice. of his looks a little low. See that tire on the back here? Looks a little low. Unless he's still got a lot of weight on there. Like that tire's about ready to come off the rim. Dude, you're about ready to hit me if you keep coming back like that.
Jealous-Droid 2 says Mont's getting close.
Yeah, he is getting close. I agree. they say that I'm done. I'm getting a 1 minute survey, but for the most part, I mean, I don't got a green light yet, which is kind of ironic, don't you think?
Prairie 6900 says he needs more experience.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that tough to get in here. I mean, I had to pull up once, but it's not really that tough to get in here. Not like some places I've been to.
Jealous-Droid 2 says, why is he turning his wheel?
Try to line up with the dock. Trying to line up with the dock.
Ray 6900 says, is there something that shows that you're close to the dock, or is it all by eye?
When you feel it bump on the back of the trailer, you'll know you're on the dock. It's basically a building that you're kind of like running into, and you slowly back up into it till all of a sudden you feel it hit.
Colin Sawyer says, hey Gary.
Colin Sawyer, how you doing, sir? Doing well yet? Did you have a great weekend?
Ray 6900 says like a speed bump.
Yeah, you might as well say that.
Colin Sawyer asks, I'm good, thanks for asking. And yourself?
We're good, Colin. We're doing good. Kind of a slight adjustment being out west here a little bit, but we're doing good. We're out west by our own choice. Try to get rid of some of the monotony of the traffic that we deal with going out to the little bit of the east, but we're doing good. We're doing good. Carmen's doing well.
Health is good, which steady for now.
Right. That's good to hear that the health is steady. That's good. Still working in multiple jobs yet, Colin?
Glad to hear you are both well.
Yeah. Got a busy weekend. I mean, we've had a lot of busy weekends the last few weeks. Last weekend we had a wedding. The weekend before that we were kind of busy. Had stuff going on. So hopefully this weekend me and Carmen can actually spend some time together. Last weekend she said there was about like 13 hours that we were together. That was it. 13 hours. I don't know how she counted up that, but 13 hours.
Well, I've gone down to 3 jobs now instead of 4.
Well, that's kind of good. Kind of take a little relaxation. with me, I'm always busy on the weekends. So, I mean, last weekend I went to go get an RV on Friday morning. Because we got back Thursday night, so we just went to sleep. Thursday morning, went to go get the RV, bring it home, start winterizing it.
Gary just noticed where the camera is sitting you and see the front bonnet moving. Prairie 6900 says sad these days needing 4 or 3 jobs to survive.
Yeah, it is. It is. Definitely is. Oh, are you talking about right here, Colin? The hood? Yeah. It's got a heartbeat. It definitely has a heartbeat.
Colin Sawyer says, yeah, sorry, I mean the hood.
Yeah, no worries, Colin. No worries.
You call it hood.
Right, right. The heartbeat of the queen, sassy boss. I was sitting here looking through the camera. I'm like, bonnet. Where are we looking at a bonnet? And I'm looking a little bit closer. I was like, maybe he means the hood.
I got a fun joke for you, Gary.
Go ahead. Anytime, Colin. We could use a good laugh about now.
American versus British.
Okay.
Why do Americans call petrol gas? Petrol is liquid.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, every so often I hear the terminology petrol. I mean, every once in a while I catch myself saying petrol. We gotta stop for some petrol. Sometimes I try to throw Carmen off. I say, we gotta stop for methro. She looks at me funny. And she's like, why methro? I was like, well, I gotta fill up the tank with gas. Or with actual gas.
Haha.
Body gas. And then she'll be like, you idiot. I feel the love. Weather been good there, Colin? It hasn't been raining, has it? I mean, you should have had a good couple days there. I mean, if you've gotten any rain, it's probably from the hurricanes that we had a few weeks back. But here up in the Midwest, we haven't really had much rain. I think we got a couple sprinkles this morning, and that was it.
Ooh, it's been awful.
Yeah, oh, I bet. Gotta clean my windshield again because I got a drip somewhere's coming inside here.
Nightbot, hello everyone, how are you doing? Good to see you today.
What's up, Aaron?
Gamer 24 says hello everyone.
How's your day, Aaron?
Turn the Gamer 24 says so far it's going good.
Well, that's good.
Colin Sawyer says it's been heavy rains most mornings, and this morning it was quite fresh and cold, and most houses had heating on. So I got home to a cold bed and whacked on the heating on.
Yeah, I bet, Colin. You know, it's funny, and I'll just say this because, like, here in the U.S., everybody is kind of like that same way. It's like, man, I don't want to turn the heat on in the house. Well, I don't hardly ever hear anybody say, well, man, I got to turn the air conditioning on during the summer months. It's weird. But when it gets cold, they say, oh, well, I don't want to turn the heat on just yet. Well, I still don't hear you ever say it's too hot in the house when it comes to summer. I don't want to turn the AC on.
Ray 6900 says I have a dirty blonde joke. Is it okay to say?
As long as it's PG, but otherwise, please not. As long as it's PG, yeah, we're fine with it. But if it's something that's got cussing or something in it, that's probably, probably not a good idea. You're probably better off, Ray, putting it in the Discord. Under the 18 plus chat.
Lol Yeprob. Nightbot says 3,570 of lol have been counted to date. Ray 6900.
Yeah, if it's something on stream that I wouldn't probably allow that's not PG, it's probably better off putting it in our Discord. We got an 18 plus chat in there. You can put it in there.
Ray 6900 says Discord. Nightbot says want to be more part of the interstate travel crew? Get updates when we're live, games, and much more. Open 24 hours, 365 days a year. Here's the Discord link, so click here. URL name must match in Discord or you may be removed. Thanks. Colin Sawyer says it's about 16C. Bless my dad, he wants the heating on.
Yeah. Yeah, I can understand that, Colin. I can understand that. I mean, we've had our heat on, I think, a week now. And I know Carmen's got the HVAC people coming in today to check the furnace over and make sure everything's all good. Check the burner, check everything else on it.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, we normally have that done yearly. Done yearly.
Yeah, I have that yearly too.
All right.
Normally, it's the pressure for my home.
Right, right.
Henrik says back, that black trailer would look nice behind your truck.
A black trailer behind a gray truck? It would have to be gray there, Henrik. Great Danes they're nice trailers, but they're a very heavy trailer. A very, very well-built trailer. They're probably about maybe 1,000, 2,000 pounds heavier than a utility trailer. That's what we pull as utility trailer.
Potato, potato.
Yeah. Potato, potato. But still, when you want to haul the weight, you gotta go with a decent trailer.
Haha.
I think I'm going to move this unloading right here just for you, Henrik. Pointing towards the arrow of it. There we go.
Ray 6900 says that is one weird looking truck to you front left.
That is what they call a
Henrik asks,
yard
do you
dog.
still have 2-axle trailer, or do you have 3 on this one?
No, we always have 2-axle trailers, Henrik. But that truck that you see there off to the left, that's considered a yard truck. That's what moves trailers.
At Prairie 6900, that's a yard tractor.
Yep. You can actually lift the trailer up without jacking the landing legs up and move it into the dock and set it back down, unhook, and then go to do his next job. They do make some trucks that got 3 axles, so you got to steer and then the 2 drives.
Big Back Johnny says, what's the plan after this drop-off?
We head back to Minnesota there, and we'll call and see if our load is ready, or if not, we'll be put on the list. So we could be sitting some more, waiting until the load is ready. Now, if the load is ready, that'd be great. But that's what sucks about being out west. We've done a lot more sitting than driving.
Colin Sawyer says, Gary, I am going to lurk while I cook my dad dinner.
Copy
Henrik
that,
says, and I
Colin.
believe he can rotate his seat also, so it's easier to reverse trailers in.
Actually, on those trucks, on that brand, no, they're stationary. But behind the cab here, he can kind of get in and out real easily. He doesn't ever use this door, which it is a functioning door, but he comes out through the back every time. That's what pretty much 98% of the yard guys do, is they use that back door. But I'll tell you this, it gets cold quickly in there in those trucks. You open up that back door, that hot air just flows right out real quickly. And I'm kind of surprised that's not an electric truck. I have seen some at the other place in Hopkins that they do have electrical trucks. Could you imagine having to wait on that thing to charge up? And I have asked some of those drivers there, how long you got to wait for those things to charge up? And he's like, well, 8 hours. I was like, do you get paid for that? And he's like, oh yeah, I get paid for waiting for the truck to charge up. So as you see, you're going to get to see it firsthand how that truck works. He backs up, locks it into the 5th pin. And usually he's got a quick unlatch inside the cab, so he doesn't have to get out and pull the 5th pin on the 5th wheel plate. And he just raised it up. He'll hook a hose line to it. He'll just hook up the red line because he's just doing yard work, just so that he can free up the brakes on the trailer, because they lock up when you take the air off. Let me get rid of this, because we were pretty well done unloaded. If you can see it a little bit better. He hooks up the red line. He's out of the cab, jumping back in. Got it lifted up. Didn't even touch the landing legs. Raises it up about roughly, maybe depending upon how high he has it, 4 or 5 inches, as long as you got smooth pavement. And he'll come, I think, roughly by us.
Chaplain Jethro 55 says good morning Gary and everyone, great to see you all today.
Hey Chaplain, see how he's got it lifted up? Fifth wheel has got a hydraulic system on there. Landing legs are off the ground. Maybe what I'll do is I'll stream that when he backs up and unhooks it. Might get a little bumpy here, everybody. I mean, it's so easy to turn these things around on a dime. It's unbelievable. Let's get past this pillar. Probably set this down here. Might be a little tilty. Oh, he's got to open up the doors. Because we don't have doors back here that you can open up on the inside at this facility. But yeah, he's got to get out, open up the doors. But if you look at that, the landing legs right down here ain't even touching the ground. They're still down, but it's up that much that he doesn't have to. Give him a couple seconds, he'll be back in the truck. How'd you sleep, Chaplain? And believe it or not, these trucks even have DEF on it, because there's the blue cap.
As good as always.
Copy that, Chaplain. Now we'll set this over here, because he'll back up. Finish backing up. Yeah, we might be tilted a little bit, but that's all right. And you can see the red line that's to the trailer. Starts lowering it down. Oh, he's got a text first. Or phone call. But see, if you can see, there's only one red line hooked up to the trailer, and that's just mainly for the trailer to release the brakes. Trust me, these guys, they work hard for their money. But he's home every night. Guaranteed he's home every night. Lets it down. Pulls the brakes. Gets out, unhook the air line.
WZBot new follow S. Heart Ricky Bobby W. Hart, welcome. 3,955 followers. +4.
And now you hit the switch for the fifth wheel unlock.
Big Back Johnny says, what do you think is good salary for a new CDL driver fresh out of school? Nightbot says 1. What are we hauling? Sundays always beef from Green Bay to customers. 2. What kind of truck? Type T683. Tour of the truck. Truck tour 4.
And there he goes.
What kind of trailer? Trailers 5. What time is it by Gary? CDT.
A good salary for a new CDL driver fresh out of school. Oh man. It can vary. It can really vary at what the salary is, but to be a fair salary, I would say like anywhere between maybe 32 cents to maybe 40 cents a mile. It depends upon if you didn't have to rely on a truck driving or a truck company to send you to school. If you paid for it out of your own pocket, I would say that'd be more fair. I mean, I've seen people from England, CR England, that got 28 cents per mile. But a very seasoned driver, like let's say with probably 10 years, they should be getting close to like 50 to 65 cents a mile. There he goes again. These guys, they earn their money. They definitely earn their money.
Frosty says in the shadowy lanes of interstate travel crews chat, whispers of liquid petrol and cold beds with heating on mingle with the allure of a black trailer. Colin Sawyer warms to the stream while Ray Ray's 6,900 teases with dirty jokes. A yard tractor confounds as Big Back Johnny ponders CDL salaries. New followers join the fray as Gary navigates Fargo's foggy morning. Hashtag Noir on Wheels.
Just call this person back. I wonder what's going on. Yeah, they say we're unloaded, but we still got a red light, which is kind of ironic. But we're gonna go get our bills. We'll be back, everybody. I got paperwork, believe it or not. Get this scanned in. Brr. Oh, yeah.
RDMDK says, hi Gary, how goes the day? Nightbot says, RDMDK, is that you? I've missed you RDMDK, glad you are here. Welcome back to the family.
We're doing all right, RD. How's your morning?
RDMDK says, hi Lynn.
That. Save that. Add page.
I am okay, just finishing up work.
Oh, nice. How was work? All right, we almost got our bill of ladings all in. Got that. Come on, go baby, go baby, go. Documents were sent. Copy that. That's good. All right, let's go back to our loads.
Kinda slow. Did a few things, but mostly just being available to help others if needed.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Long Prairie. Let's see here. I'm gonna need this number when I call them. All right, let's call them and see if our load is ready.
Get yesterday's shipments all delivered?
Yeah, we got yesterday's delivered, and what we left out was Sundays for the final. We just got done delivering, so yeah, we're empty now. Get out of this dock and go from there. Get the doors shut up, and then we'll call the plant over there and see if our load's ready. If it is, we'll keep her moving today, but we'll keep her moving regardless if we're ready or not. Might be doing some more sitting, I don't know yet.
Idiots and that new follow us. Pete Co-op 42, heart, welcome. 3,957 followers.
Prime
plus
Co-op
5.
42
Sound
followed your
Alerts
channel.
Co-op 42 followed your channel.
What's up, Co-op 42? Thank you for the follow. How you doing today? Welcome, man. We are going to get a washout while we're here, that's for sure, so we don't have to worry about it on the way back. Of course, it probably wouldn't hurt if we probably did get the washout in Sauk Century. It is early enough yet. But if we do it here now, I mean, it's nice because it gets charged right into the company.
Prairie 6900 says a wash that would look nice, haha.
Yeah, we kind of got a little bit of a rainstorm today, but not a lot. Wasn't enough to kind of like scrub the truck, you know? Alright, we're gonna go shut the doors and we will be on the road.
RDMDK says, check in Wales. Nightbot says, use command, check in less than your location greater than. Location can be a city, state, province, country, airport, postal zip code, plus code. Example, check in 48,064. You don't have to recheck in if pins are on the globe. RDMDK says, check in Wales, UK.
I think, RK, I think you've already checked in from Wales, I think. Might want to do it again because we got it up now. Hold on a minute, everybody. We're going to do a phone call here quick. We'll be back. Well, the load's not ready, of course. We're gonna have to wait for it, but we will drop the trailer off. So we're at least gonna do that. Oh yeah, I gotta do this yet before inbound. Did I drop trailer? No. Yeah, that's the trailer we're leaving out with. Bill of lading. Pieces. That's not the weight. Comments. Yes. Submit. All right, let's get out of here. Let's get some highway miles in instead of sitting around like a bump on a log. Figure out how to get out of here. Morning, Corey. How you doing today?
Sounding like yours, Raid Miss Cheddar rated your channel with 3 viewers. Nightbot says be sure to follow or subscribe to Miss Cheddar at URL. Frosty says that Miss Cheddar is rating them from streaming PUBG Battlegrounds. Fox Official says
Miss Cheddar
go
rated
follow
your
at
channel
Miss
with
Cheddar's
3
channel
viewers.
to URL.
Awesome, and thanks,
Welcome
Miss
in,
Cheddar.
all
Miss
Raiders.
Cheddar 204
Shout out to
rated the
these
channel
fellas.
with 3 viewers. Frosty yells, let's get ready to raid Miss Cheddar's stream. Hourglass, give me a moment to craft the tailored raid message. Get ready to copy the message. Sandy Lake says shout out to Miss Cheddar.
Shout
How
out
is
to
your
Miss
stream
Cheddar.
today, Miss Cheddar? How are you doing today? Hopefully everyone's well. Hubby's doing well. Kids doing well. You're doing well.
Miss Cheddar says, I am good, hope you are well.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good. We are doing pretty good. Let's go back to Sauk Century, because that's where we're gonna definitely wash out. Come on.
I will be right back.
Copy that on the be right back.
Sandy Lake says RDMDK played police.
RDMDK played police.
They ain't got nothing on me, copper. We're in a parking lot.
New follower Hajank1 Heart, welcome. 1,957 followers.
Prime
plus
Hajank1
6.
followed your
Sandy
channel.
Rhodes yells, Hajank1 followed your channel.
Hey, Jank1, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a great morning, great day so far. Depending upon where you are around the world. Here goes the tractor, everybody. We stopped purposely for this tractor. Look at this. Look how big that tractor is. Massive. Man, that hitch is honking huge. Dang.
RDMDK says one of my favorite police lines is from Seinfeld when the detectives show up at Newman's door and the only thing he said was, "What took you so long?"
Right. I actually remember that episode. I don't remember it from word for word, but I do remember that happening. There's only certain Seinfelds I was able to watch, but I was a young kid at that time, so I mean, a lot of good shows back then. A lot of good shows back then. Good Lord, where did this guy come from? Look at this trailer. He had to have hit snow. Look at that trailer, how dirty it is. Holy crap. He had to have hit snow somewhere. It's the only way that trailer ever gets that dirty, unless you're like on a completely dirty road nonstop. you been up to? We haven't seen you in like a very long time. How you been? You betcha, we're back in Minnesota there, eh?
Edgy Jake says silver 1095 red.
What's up, Edgy Jake? How are you?
Buddha Nightclub says good afternoon. How are you? I thank you. Well, have a nice trip.
Copy that, Buddha. Have a good day. Yeah, that guy's driving definitely slow enough.
RDMDK says, how many channel points required for Gary to hand wash the trailer?
That would be so mean. But I have...
Jake says it's a Ford. He's trying his best.
Oh yeah, we know. I have in my past washed a truck by hand. And let me tell you, I think it took me 6 hours. 6 hours. And that's to get it done right. That's a long time.
That Toyota ain't gonna be of any help trying to push it either.
That's right, Jake. That's right. The one truck was like, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. Oh, no, I can't, no, I can't. Guy behind him was like, come on, move it.
I'm sad that Japanese manufacturers refuse to make one-ton trucks, and now I've lost hope because the entire current generation of Japanese trucks are ugly as piss.
Yeah. It happens, Jake. It happens.
Whatever, I'll happily take a bow tie.
There you go. That's the best way to go with a Duramax. Any day of the week. The weigh station is definitely open.
Good morning, T800, favorite generation here.
Right?
Good morning, T900 is great too.
I thought it was open. I think this thing was blinking. bake, baby. Shake and bake.
says good morning if anyone.
What's up, Top? How was that meal you enjoyed that looked mouth-watering?
even gave some to the neighbor.
Thanks for rubbing that in. Give the cook definitely a pat on the back for a job well done.
Finished product.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. That one that you sent, oh yeah, that looked good, really good. But a lot of you have not seen what Top Caton is talking about. Look in our Discord. He made one heck of a good meal that one night. Oh, it looked delicious.
For 4.5 hours.
Look, for that 4.5 hours, it looked really good.
To STL, I have a whole another 4.5 pounds to do.
Oh, long ways. Long ways. We just got back into Minnesota.
RDMDK says, lurk time for dinner, so enjoy the drive.
Copy
Nightbot
that,
says
RD.
RDMDK is now lurking in our Lurkers Lounge. RDMDK is in our comfortable area of reclining chairs and comfy beds with big screen TVs and resting comfortable and watching on. 473 total lurkers to date. Frosty says at RDMDK, taking a break from work to lurk? We appreciate your support while you tackle those tasks. Nightbot says, is that a pelican? No, it's not a plane either. Looks like Superman. No, it's the Dark Knight keeping watch in the chat. No, it's Chaplain Jethro 55 flying over our chat. in that house to have it for leftovers tonight. Thinking about doing the other one half tomorrow and letting it marinate all day.
Yeah, I would. I definitely would. Let it marinate. Wow, running 2 combines. That's the way to do it. Run 2 combines at once. It's like they're putting the grain anyways inside a bag and come and get it later. Somebody actually grew sunflowers for a crop. Crop didn't look like it turned out very well because I mean we didn't have the very high.
The Neathor that owns the grill I used, she had me smoke her some rib tips and some brats.
Oh, there you go. What kind of brats? I gotta ask. You know I gotta ask. Are they Johnsonville?
ED the Trucker 6679 says, how's it going?
Going alright, Ed. Trying to get used to a lot of the sitting around, one load.
Bobcat 1 says, always if they're not there in the dumpster.
Alright. But, still kind of getting used to these out west loads of either delivering 2 stops in one day and then one the next day, which technically we could have probably delivered it on one day. I'm going to see if we can't tighten that up a little bit. I mean, Fargo, North Dakota isn't that far away. We do our stops early in the morning and then get out of the city and then deliver the same Monday. Maybe we can move faster.
HS had me do a pack of cheddar bacon brat and a hot and spicy.
Oh man, hot and spicy. Keep me away from the hot and spicy.
It was for her son.
Oh, gotcha. Kind of surprising my youngest is kind of like putting hot sauce on some of his stuff, which is kind of surprising. I didn't teach him that way. His grandfather did. Beans out there. And they're still putting corn on top of it, yeah.
Her son lives a bit of a ways from her and works somewhere in the city, so So when he gets off work, he will swing over and take a nap and grab a shower before heading home.
10-4 on that.
Frosty yells, what percentage of the universe remains unseen and undetectable to us? Find out when the ads end in about 2 minutes. Nightbot says 1. What are we hauling? Sundays always beef from Green Bay to customers. 2. What kind of truck? Type T683. Tour of the truck. Truck to a Ford. What kind of trailer? Trailers 5. What time is it by Gary? CDT. Says about 96% of the universe, composed of dark matter and dark energy, is undetectable and invisible to human observation. Rusty Nail says hi. Nightbot says
Rusty?
Rusty Nail, is that you? I've missed you, Rusty Nail. Glad you are here. Welcome back to the family.
What is going on, Rusty? How was your night?
Rusty Nail says, how are you?
We're good. We're doing good.
Great, and yours?
A lot of sitting. A lot of sitting. So it wasn't bad, I guess, but we're not used to sitting this long. Throughout the whole entire week.
Is that why I haven't seen you here?
Yeah, it's some of it because the loads have been like short miles. And with us traveling short miles, that means our streams are less long. So that's why you don't see us as often. So you definitely gotta either watch us on the lurk or whatever else for right now until we decide if we're gonna go back to Michigan and do them runs again or stick with doing this. Well, no, it's not no good. I mean, granted, you guys don't get to see us like, because we're not used to doing like 4-hour streams, 2-hour streams. Today we're just gonna let her keep rolling no matter what. But
Things slowing down.
well, it's not that it's slowing down, it's just a new territory. We decided to kind of stay away from doing the east because the cold water always seems to take forever to get our loads ready. But for the most part, our streams are longer. But I mean, sitting part, yeah, it can be annoying for me after a while. I'm not used to doing like a 4 or 6 hour stream. I'm used to doing like 5 to 20 hours in a day for a stream. So yeah, it's definitely a huge change. But I mean, we're getting paid pretty decent. But for the most part, yeah, the short streams is why a lot of people ain't seeing them. So even if you're lurking with us at work in the background, that's probably the only way you're going to catch us being live for right now until we decide what we're going to do, if we're going to continue doing the out west, or if we're going to give up doing the out west and go back to Michigan and doing all that. But if we do that, I got to put some harder stipulations on the planners. No loads coming
Well,
back.
as long as pay is still good.
Yeah, yeah. But like,
Chaplain Jethro 55 says setting and waiting drives me to boredom. Ridiculous.
yeah, it does, Chaplain. It 100% agree. I should not be sitting. Only giving the company a couple days. I should not be sitting in any way, shape, or form. No way. We can tighten these loads up a little bit better. I mean,
Popcat1 says you're running a refer that takes out your pay. Rusty Nail says, I got a very good question.
okay, Rusty, what's the question? Well, for me, running the reefer, I mean, that one's on the company. So that one doesn't affect me. It's if I'm running the APU on the truck. That's what gets me right there. Sitting and trying to keep cool inside here and burning fuel off the truck. So that one does affect me.
Nag Turbo says, howdy howdy.
What's
Popcat
up,
one has
Nag?
Gas card.
Gas card? Yeah. I mean, we haven't had to fill up on fuel, but eventually we're going to have to. But for the most part, when that APU runs, to cool off the cab inside here, because like yesterday was like 80 degrees, we had to put the air conditioning on. So that was costing me money sitting there all the whole rest of the day. And we didn't idle the truck, but it did cost me
Rusty
money.
Nail says, how much money does it take to do what you do?
How much money does it take to do what I do, like in trucking or streaming, a month? Is that what you're asking, Rusty?
Nag Turbo says, do you own your truck? I never asked that.
This truck is under a lease purchase agreement, so
Rusty
this one
Nail
we
says
know.
trucking. Nightbot says rolling, edited ad.
So this truck is under a lease purchase agreement. So this truck we do not own until 2026. I think it's like October or November of 2026. We can pay it off sooner. If that be the case, we'll find out what happens in like a couple weeks. If we'll be able to pay the truck off sooner. But this truck we do not own. The 780 that I own in the day cab, I do own them trucks. Those are, nobody owns them except for me, not even a bank. But this truck currently we do not own. Trucking wise for Rusty, to get into trucking, you're probably looking at, after everything's said and done, you're probably looking at maybe $4,000 or $5,000 you got to pay out to get into trucking. And that doesn't include a truck. That's all your licensing, your registrations, and everything else that you got to pay.
Nag Turbo asks, do people drive your other trucks?
No, they do not. I have a problem, Nag, with people destroying something that they don't own. Like drill holes into any part of the truck on the inside, things of that nature. I've got issues with that. A lot of company drivers, they don't care about the trucks. I mean, they're a company driver. Why would they care? But I mean, if I probably found somebody that actually took care of the truck like if it was their own, and didn't drill into it, I probably would hire drivers. But getting back to Rusty, so about roughly 5K just to start into trucking. And that does not include a truck. That's just all your licensing, your registration, and everything else. Buying a truck, I mean, that can vary. Obviously, you would have to go to a bank unless you got money saved up to buy the truck outright, which I did when I first started trucking. I bought the truck outright.
Radio edited, I would come work for you, LMAO. BTW, not to mention the 50K or more to get into a truck from a dealer.
Yeah, it's expensive. It's expensive. And trucking is a very big roller coaster. You've got months you're going great, and then all of a sudden you can have one bad day. Just one bad day.
Says, wow.
One bad day will take you from having, you know, like a few months of good to like a major repair, like a transmission rebuild, and be down for a week or two. Engine problems. Wiring issue is a major thing that can take a lot of
Turbo
time.
says, I bought my 389 dump for just under 100K in cash. I have someone working that truck every day.
Oh, that's good.
Jake says, wow, look at that continuous string of unpatched potholes.
Oh, yeah. Eventually we'll get onto a part of 94 here that is better.
Rusty Nail says, is trucking slowing down or no?
It depends upon the region, Rusty. It depends upon the region.
Nag Turbo says, Ateji Jake, that's Minnesota for you.
It depends upon what region in the United States you are, if it's slowing down. Now,
Rusty Nail says, I see.
for me in the Midwest region, I mean, okay, so like coming out here, out west a little bit in the Midwest region, I'm not used to sitting a day, deliver product at maybe one or two places, and then sit the rest of the day and wait till tomorrow. Usually all my deliveries are usually always like on a Monday, like when we were in Michigan. But I'm not accustomed of this city. I don't like it. So we might maybe go back in towards Michigan again. I don't know yet. But I really got to see first if the company can definitely push these loads to be more together on same day delivery. It don't take that long to get to Fargo. Now maybe Yankton, South
Henrik
Dakota.
says, wow, I didn't know that you guys had that mid-guard wire. We have it a lot here.
Oh yeah, that mid-guard wire, you'll see that in a lot of states. But not in a whole lot of states, but you'll see that
AJ
mid-wire.
Jake says, my godfather used to be an owner-operator, and he then retired pretty much in time for California to ban owner-operators.
Right. Yeah, we don't go into California, and believe it or not, the company won't even go into California either anymore with everything that's going on there. Even with a brand new truck, they won't go there. They said it's not worth it.
Top Cat 1 says, a trusty nail, yes and no. Everything is shipped with trucks at some point, but the stores may not be ordering what they carry, so no loads moving around.
Right.
Henrik says, weird that it's only on one side also.
Well, you'll see it now going on the other side here shortly. They don't want it so that there's a double barrier. It might be because of the interstate, how can I say, the interstate restrictions. But would it be a good idea? Maybe, yeah. But if you look at the right side here, there's nothing there. There is absolutely nothing other than markers where there might be culverts. That's about it.
Yeah, but they can also have it in the middle of the grass.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've seen them where they've been in the middle of the grass. But like getting back to the loads.
Angela 093089 says good morning.
Angela, how did you enjoy your supper last night? I heard it was nom nom nom.
Cat 1 says California has a lot of regulations that just make for a migraine, not worth driving there.
Yeah, that is very true, Tom.
Angela 093089 says it sure was.
Yeah.
Jake says that's entirely why California is full of Swift, JB Hunt, and CR England drivers who don't know what they're doing.
Yeah. I mean, but getting back, you know, to what was asked before, I mean, with the load market, I mean, it's rough. It is rough around the U.S. The last I knew, the best region to be in was the Midwest, which we're in. So we've been lucky that we've had loads and we've stayed in the Midwest for a very long period of time, so it's kind of benefited us. But, you know, some places that we do wait longer, I mean, we waited at Coldwater, I don't know, how many times for a load. And, I mean, I guess I really shouldn't complain, but eventually we delivered it the next day, not having to sit on it like 2 days. But for the most part, the Midwest region was the last I knew a few months ago was the very hot region to get
Chaplain
loads.
says my friend that lives there said the governor there is talking about chagging people per mile they drive her in that state.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me. Angela, how you been? How's work been going? How are you been doing? Hopefully you enjoyed your weekend. It's been a while since we've seen you. Trucking, I mean, it is a roller coaster, no matter how you look at it. You can do the best maintenance on your truck, something will go wrong eventually. A lot of preventive maintenance, something will still go wrong. It's just like putting on a brand new tire. You go down 50 miles down the road.
093089 says work is okay.
Good to hear work is okay. But I mean, you can put a brand new tire on a truck, and 50 miles down the road, you can blow it. It's like
Jake says some governors sucked so much wiener to get where they are. Look at Gavin Newsom.
Yeah. But I mean, like, you know, like you just put a fresh tire on, you can blow it, and it's just like, man, I just put that tire on. Barely 50 miles on it. That's how bad. Man, that is an old header. Holy smokes. Oh, wait a minute. That's like a draw type one. I've never seen one like that before. That is weird. That is so weird. That's definitely some old school farming. I bet you some Amish bought that. Wouldn't doubt it. First time I've ever seen a head like that. Man, I feel sorry for them having to replace that conveyor belt in there. Them things are a pain. For the most part, for us being in the Midwest, it's good that we are in the Midwest because at least we're still kind of making money. Now we're pretty much having to fight currently just to get loads in Wisconsin when we go back to Green Bay because I mean we're already on.
Chaplain Jethro 55 says you Gavin Newsom.
So we're already on Tuesday. And normally we're already on our second load by now, or on our second load by Monday. But now it's like we're trying to fight right now, just when we get back to Green Bay, to have a load to finish off the week, or a couple loads to finish off our week, which we got them planned, no doubt about it. But for the most part, I mean, we're doing all right. But I mean, if by November, and I hate to say this, I really do, but if by November we don't get the president that we all would like to have, I have a feeling that a few years down the road, it might take less than that. We'll probably be out of business because they're definitely pushing for electric trucks. And I won't drive an electric truck. I'd rather go back to welding and just do that for a living, I guess.
Edgy Jake says pathetic.
Yeah. Or otherwise, you know, the other thing I could do is probably be a yard dog guy.
Edgy Jake says electric anything is a scam.
Yeah.
Topcat1 says not going to happen. The grid won't handle it.
Right. Well, I agree with that, Top. The grid won't handle it. There's not enough, well, with everything with nuclear power that's been decommissioned and all that other stuff, there's not enough power. Look what happens in California. Well, you guys gotta...
Angela 093089 says forget those electric trucks. I love old trucks.
That's right. That's right. I
Edgy
agree.
Jake says it would if we reintroduce nuclear.
Yeah. I mean, we've got 2 nuclear plants. Well, we had 2 nuclear plants. I think we're down to 1. We had Point Beach and Kewanee nuclear plant. One was decommissioned. The other one's got a couple years yet to go before that's decommissioned. But it's like all the nuclear plants are being taken away. How are you going to run a country with no electricity? I mean, there's companies that are putting renewable energy in, but how long are those going to last?
They're doing it on purpose to sabotage our energy independence.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it wasn't too long ago that we seen somebody with a Tesla that had to get a tow truck. Obviously,
Chaplain Jethro 55 says not to mention electric reefers not feasible, but climate idiots can't see that.
Right. Well, a lot of the climate stuff is man-made. It is definitely man-made. But, I mean, all those chemtrails you see are like when airplanes are in the sky, that white cloud behind them, those are your chemtrails. That's what's causing a good majority of the climate change. You add stuff into the atmosphere to interact, and next thing you know, boom. Why do we have 2 hurricanes back to back?
Edgy Jake says, yeah, man-made by mega corporations and cloud seeding.
Yep. I mean, we're not stupid. I mean, it's like a lot of us that do our research, I mean, we see that. I mean, weather last year, I mean, okay, so last year we had a very warm winter. We probably could have went camping during Christmas time, which we didn't, but we could have had a campfire. First time in my lifetime that I've ever would have sat on Christmas in front of a campfire. But, yeah, was it man-made?
Cat1 says, yeah, but they want to say it's the cow's farts causing it.
Yeah, well, you know what? I guess, a lot of these politicians should probably close their mouths because that's half of the other
Edgy
parts.
Jake says if we would reintroduce nuclear, these manufacturing plants wouldn't need to spew carbon monoxide into our air.
Right. Well, bringing that up, Edgy Jake, I mean, they've said that semi-trucks, create more emissions than anything. Well, that's a false representation.
Topcat1 says, I knew that comment was coming after that.
Yeah. But for the most part, they said 100 trucks puts out this much into the atmosphere. No, it's actually Burger King with their flame-broiled burgers that actually puts out more emissions with their flame-broiled burgers than 100 trucks at all. So with what Burger King puts out for emissions with their flame-broiled burgers, I mean, they're putting out enough for 200 trucks. These trucks were actually without all this DEF in, because you got DEF, which is diesel exhaust fluid, is worse for the environment than just the diesel smoke.
Edgy Jake says the EPA wants to install a catalytic converter on my booty hole because I fart so much.
Yeah. Well, like I said, maybe they should put those catalytic converters on the politicians in Washington and see how well they like it first. They can be the test subject to do that first. There's nobody in Washington with common sense. I mean, you got to be a business owner to actually almost get into Washington to understand that business is what runs the world. Not stupid politicians thinking, oh, well, this would be a good idea. Let's put a catalytic converter on people's backsides. And while we're at it, we'll make sure they get a colonoscopy at the same time. Make sure they're not producing extra farts. Yeah, that's real smart. Things that
The colonoscopy makes you fart more.
yeah, exactly.
Henrik says, did I just hear Gary on a talk? Haha. Uncle Jake says, temporarily, at least.
Right. You did, Henry. You did. I mean, so I guess I'll ask Henrik this question. Henrik, how many electric vehicles, semis you got in your country? I mean, I've known places that got electric yard dogs, but I have not seen an over-the-road semi-truck yet. Well, I take that back. We were in Michigan, leaving out of Michigan, and we seen something that was an autonomous style semi. That was it.
Henrik says, don't know. Too many XD.
Copy that. Too many.
Oh, you mean trucks?
Yes, semi-trucks. Electric semi-trucks. How many electric semi-trucks you got in your country that do like over the road? Like what I do?
Top Cat 1 says yard dogs is one thing. How are you going to charge it out on the open road?
Exactly. You're going to have to put a charge
Henrik
station.
says, I have seen a couple of electric of them. Scanias and Volvo.
Well, I know Volvo came out with one. I didn't know Scania came out with one yet. But I have seen the one for the Volvo over in your country. I don't remember the brand model it was, but I do know they're out there. I do know they're out there.
Top Cat 1 says that is a lot of potholes in that road.
Yeah. The last time I was out here, I don't think it was that bad. And that's been almost like a year ago. At least a year, or if not longer, because we have done a load here that went out to Nash Finch, but I don't remember the road being this bad. But when I went out to Washington, these roads were like superb. Smooth sailing all the way across, but we haven't been out in Washington in quite a few years. I don't even think we even go into Washington anymore. I think those loads are all brokered out. I mean, if we did a load to Washington, I mean, that'll be a solid 3 days. We'd have to leave probably on Friday. Medicare and Social Security. I think you guys already spent the Social Security. Thank a Democrat. It's hard to say. At least in our country, you spent it. So, Henrik, since I know you're listening, what trucks get used the most? Compressed natural gas, liquefied petroleum gas, or diesel trucks? 'Cause I know you've said you've had, I think, the LPGs. your country,
Smiley face.
what do you drive most? Is it compressed natural gas, liquefied or LPGs, or diesel trucks? CNG for compressed natural gas, or LPG for liquefied petroleum gas? Or is it diesel?
Mr. 26 PT2 says Queen Boss. Nightbot says Mr. 26 PT2 was taken by Queen Boss's engine purring like a kitten 58 times. Queen Boss takes another win. Henrik says diesel, and CNG, LNG, and that RME environmental friendly diesel.
I've never heard of that.
Nightbot says be sure to follow and subscribe to 6wheelin at URL. Frosty says, so at 6wheelin is rating you from streaming American Truck Simulator. WZ Box 6wheelin, 2,835.
Six-wheelin started a new hype train.
Quatrix Official says, go follow at 6wheelin's channel to URL. Sandy LCO's 6wheelin rated your channel with 32 viewers. Shout out to 6wheelin.
Welcome in all raiders from 6wheelin, my brother.
Shout out to
How are you
6wheelin.
doing today, 6wheelin? Good to see you. Hope your stream went very extremely well today and no difficulties or technical difficulties. I think we lost the raiders.
6wheelin says 6wheel raid 6wheelin raid 6wheel. Hello, brother. Nightbot, hello, brother. How are you doing? Good to see you today.
Hopefully you're doing well, 6wheelin. I know that a couple days ago you were definitely having issues with electronics and everything else. 6wheelin is raising for breast.
6wheelin says doing well, thanks.
6wheelin is doing a breast cancer awareness fundraiser, everybody. So definitely make sure you click on that link if you would like to donate for the breast cancer awareness. He is a fellow partner with us on the Simbreaker Stream team. So definitely give him a follow. He does really great work over there. Giving back to the community, and a very great brother like to me and everything else.
Yes, got it fixed. We are done with the charity drive, buddy, but thanks.
Oh, okay. Copy that. Copy that. And glad you finally got the technical difficulties fixed. So the weather down there by you today doing fairly well there, 6wheelin? As you can see, we got a little bit of overcast at about 59 degrees Fahrenheit. We did get a little bit of rain earlier, but it kind of went away. Not enough to wash the truck. Obviously not, because the hood's not very shiny. You can actually probably see the dust still on the hood yet.
Popcat one says yeah. Angela 093089 says I can see it.
Yeah, I figured it'd be kind of a dead giveaway. I think that's why somebody said for channel point.
6wheelin says partly cloudy and 84 FRF is 89.
Oh, I think I'd rather have the 89 degrees right about now than the 59 degrees, by far.
Rusty Nail says 78 here.
78? Y'all are killing me over here. Y'all got the warm weather, and I'm stuck in this, like, 59 degree weather. It was nice yesterday. I mean, good Lord. I mean, it was, like, nice and warm, even though we had to put the air conditioner on, but it's kind of today. a lot of you that are first new into interstate travel crew that came along with Six Wheeling's raid, we do the IRL trucking, so what you see is in real time right now, probably delayed by like a couple minutes, but we travel the Midwest region.
Farmer Pierce says temp 49,037. Nightbot says weather for Battle Creek. Conditions are sunny with a temperature of 72 F, 22C. The wind is blowing from the SSW at 15 miles per hour, 24 kilometers per hour, and the current humidity is 40%.
And we do the Midwest
Six
region.
says temps stay in the upper 80s until Halloween, when it will be a high of 78 with showers.
Dang. A lot of you the first time definitely that came in, like I said, with Six Wheeling's raid. Welcome in. We're glad to have you all. If you definitely like what you're seeing.
New follower. TTV welcome. 3,958 followers.
Hi, Nightmare
plus
Gaming
7.
TTV
Sound
followed your
yells,
channel.
Nightmare Gaming TTV followed your channel.
Thank you, Nightmare Gaming TV, for the follow. Welcome in. Glad to have you as part of the family. But yeah, we do this normally from Sunday until Thursday. And
Topcat 1 says partly cloudy, 74 degrees, 15% S13 miles per hour, feels like 74 degrees wind, S13 miles per hour, humidity, 36% UV index, 3 of 11 cloud cover, 59% rain, amount 0 in. Farmer Pierce says temp Fergus Falls. Nightbot says weather for Fergus Falls. Conditions are cloudy with a temperature of 58 F, 14C. The wind is blowing from the WNW at 15 miles per hour, 24 kilometers per hour, and the current humidity is 90%. Farmer Pierce says, 58 degrees isn't bad.
58, it's still burr to me. But for many of you, we definitely stream Sunday until Thursday. We've been doing a little bit of West Coast. So we travel from Green Bay as far as North Dakota, maybe South Dakota. And our streams have been a little bit less because of coming out this way. So normally we're used to like doing anywhere from 5 to almost 20, 24-hour streams. So we're still kind of getting used to being out here in the West. We've gotten less traffic, which is good. I like to have the 80 or 70 or New Mexico or Arizona, but I mean the weather would be nice. You know, the wife would probably say, well, I hope it rains there. We've had that happen already. We have definitely had that happen to us. The last time I was down in Dallas-Fort Worth area, the wife said, oh, you're going to Texas, huh? Well, I hope it rains while you're down there. And sure enough, it was. The whole... Don't ever tell the wife where you're going for your loads.
Not mentioned.
Right, exactly. Well, got the road closed ahead here. Moving. I see South Dakota plates. Probably could have hurry up and pass instead of worrying about it. See now, like this road here, I don't know if they've just re-smoothed it down. But it's halfway decent. At least we're gliding over the road. truck coming up on our left here that's going to probably pass right into it. It's going to mess this all up. Yeah, I mean, we're not in a hurry, but oh well, it is what it is. And there goes the California plate. He drive just as crazy.
Farmer Pierce says S and a W, a Top Cat one. Says at Farmer Pierce, yeah.
Yeah, now here's where we're going to be on the other side of the road. We're going to feel like we're in the UK. Except just not on the wrong side of the road. That makes sense. Driving on the wrong side of the road there.
Wow. Sound alert says Rusty Nail played Blue Skies for 0 bits.
Let it all come.
selected trail potholes and roads for bumpy rides, turn back rugged nights with engines that drive. News attack and roads, the track's alive, weather updates where we drive. Sand followers join the crew expands, red hard cut with cloudy skies and gentle sands. No mention of snow or trucker's crew, snowflake blue skies close for filling on you.
Happy that, Tom. Have a great day. Enjoy the update.
Rusty Nail 1003 played Blue Skies.
Interstate Travel Crew says, so at Top Cat 1. Nightbot says, be sure to follow or subscribe to Top Cat 1 at URL. Botrix Official says, go follow a Top Cat 1's channel to URL. Here says a Top Cat 1, I was gonna mention, that 4-letter word isn't spoken in our house law.
Is that cats? Dogs? Food? Ford? I'm still thinking of 4-letter words.
One says weather no now, the one that brings you ice.
Oh, yeah, that's the blasphemy word. That's the blasphemy word. Yeah, that 4-letter word's a blasphemy word. We don't want to see that one yet.
Farmer Pierce says Ford equals found on the roadside dead.
Oh, yeah.
One says, well, not always. It could also mean found off-road dead.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I see a lot of Fords sitting in the field where I grew up, just rusting away.
Yeah, I do as well. I do as well. A lot of traveling I've done, yeah. I've seen a lot of Fords sitting. I'll definitely admit that.
Says, howdy chat.
Outlaw! How you doing?
Popcat One says, on the other hand, I did like their 4.2 liter that had in the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
Outlaw Cowboy says, I'm good.
Good to hear you're doing good. Weather been nice over there by you as well?
Yeah.
Copy that. Copy that. Well, we've had a little bit of light rain. I guess enough maybe to clean the windshield.
Said, save on that body spray I got you.
Oh, yeah. Man, look at all those round bales in that field. That's a lot of round bales. Lot of round bales. All that's probably being used for bedding.
Cowboy says moo cow's law.
That's right. Moo. miles to go before we're at Sauk Century to get a washout.
This is Outlaw's Daily Tip. Chocolate milk comes from chocolate cow's lol.
The Guernsey and the Jersey cows, are you talking about there, Outlaw?
Whatever works right.
Right, exactly. Absolutely. You can see like the sun wants to poke through there. You can see the rays. What in the world is El Monco? Never seen a combine like that ever. It's a weird combine. Somebody must have went in the middle because they broke that guardrail down. Looks like they got to tighten up the cables on here because a lot of these cables are loose right up here. Just watching that wire, I mean, that cable's supposed to be tight, but somebody must have like ran into it, or otherwise it just kind of like stretched. Probably during the summer months with all the extensive heat and the pulling on it. Like this strand here, it's nice and tight. You can tell the cable's stretched, or it's at least tight. That last section there, it was like loose all over the place. You can see the sagginess in it from pole to pole. And pickups. Hurricane relief. Hale Parker Post 79. Cando, North Dakota. American Legion. Huh. I didn't even know that people were doing that. Writing on that truck, handwriting. I can't go any faster than 70, so I know I ain't speeding.
Outlet Cowboy says good point. Sound Alert says Rusty Nail played Honor Loved Ones for 0 bits. Canadian Bear played Police. One says, I think this is the only gagpipe song that Docent Mass.
Rusty Nail 1003 played Honor Loved Ones. Canadianbear 4 played Police.
Yeah, when I found that one, yeah, that one really moved me. That's about the only one that really moves me. But we definitely wanted to have something, you know, for those that we have lost. So that was the one we chose.
Sounds like Amazing Grace.
It is. It is in bagpipes. Holy snowmobiles. Oh, those ain't snowmobiles, those are jet skis. thought there were snowmobiles there. I'm like, good Lord.
Soundbird says Rusty Nail played Twitch Prime
You
announcement.
ever heard of Twitch Prime before? If you haven't heard of it, if you have an Amazon Prime account, make sure you link your Amazon Prime to your Twitch account for a free subscription to your favorite streamer. Once a month. Iconic Omega rolls in the chat.
Rusty Nail 1003 played Twitch Prime announcement.
Yeah, whenever they get done with that road, I mean, I kind of feel sorry. That road is like on a. So if you look at that road, you can see the ditch. I mean, it's like if you ever go in the ditch, that might be an instant turnover with a semi. Hopefully nobody ever goes in the ditch when they hit this ditch on the left-hand side there. That looks kind of dangerous.
One says, well, it's that time we hit that button, Gary. They'll catch you on the flip side.
Copy that, Top. Have a great day. Hopefully your updates went very well and smoothly. Catch you and Angela on the next time. other side. Or they're grinding at one of the two. take like forever to get across this.
plays Gary to Carmen for zero.
Thank you, Rusty.
Memories of you. I was blinded by the crazy kind of thinking I'd be fine with someone new. 'Cause I don't know where I'd go, and I don't know what I'd do. If this were the end of the road, when you're
Mr. Noah says no comment.
the thing about you got me believing that all my leaving was much too soon. And the thing about you, I can't deny it, and I can't hide it. That's why I'm coming home. The thing about you, the thing about you. Maybe it's time that we gave it another chance. Look at how far we've come. Don't say that we can't. And every time I take a breath, it's you, it's you. Maybe I've broken your heart one too many times. Maybe you moved on, or maybe you'll still be mine. And every time I take a breath, it's you, it's you. The thing about you got me believing that all my leaving was much too soon. And the thing about you, I can't deny it. No, I won't fight it. That's why I'm coming home. The thing about you, the thing about I've been lying, trying to stop my mind. Every time I'm reminded of you.
Rusty Nail 1003 played Gary to Carmen.
Long run.
Oh yeah, a long deadhead run. 2 hours. A little over 2 hours and like 11 minutes. We'll be stopping for our washout here soon.
Wow.
Yeah. Really nothing out of North Dakota to bring out of there for free.
That's crazy.
Well, I've seen it already where one driver had to come from Colorado and deadhead all the way to Long Prairie already.
Wow.
Hopefully it won't take long for the washout. We'll get something to eat quick. Then we'll head out to Long Prairie and wait to see when that load will be ready. I mean, they got our information to call us. if we were still traveling this going all the way across. I mean, sooner or later, the landscaping would have definitely changed. You would have just seen a lot more more country than anything. We've gone out to Washington a couple times, probably like 3 or 4 times. And I mean, going across 94, across Wyoming, Montana, extremely boring. That's why normally when we go out west, out that far, we'll split log it, kind of break up the monotony of it. Drive like 5.5 hours, take a nap, finish out the day, sit for another 7 or 8 hours, and keep going. Pick up fuel in our spots that we got just in case, so we don't ever run out of fuel. Top off the reefer. Depending upon if it's a frozen load or a fresh load. What's up, Richard? Trailers. It's not going to be that busy today. Doesn't look like there's a lot of trucks there, but that doesn't seem to matter sometimes here. First about getting that washed out before we do anything else. We get our name on there so they can get it probably done right away, and then we'll see about topping off one tank to get back. Oh dude, I can use that fold up. Dang it. Got people parked up here. Yeah, well, what do you expect? You don't get here early enough. You don't get the hot rod seats. First, you got somebody parked their car here. Oh, no. Got bobtails on the way. You should just have bobtail parking for them only. See if that South Dakota isn't that much better. No, it's not, but believe it or not, I think I'd rather go to South Dakota than all the way across the other parts of the western states up there.
Frosty yells, "Can you name the 2 years in which the legendary racehorse John Henry won the prestigious Arlington Million?" Find out when the ads end in about 2 minutes.
Check in, see what's going on, see if we can get in and out for the washout, which I think we will. We'll probably be next in line. And then we'll worry about fuel and getting something to eat. Just finished my lunch, a veal cutlet, copy that. Hopefully it was good. Where is that? Must have got rid of that. All right, we'll be back, everybody.
John Henry galloped to victory in the Arlington Million not once, but twice, in the years 1981 and 1984. Sound alert says Rusty Nail played air horn for 0 bit.
Rusty Nail 1003 played air horn.
Rusty Nail says, do you ever think you might get cam on trucks so we can see them backing up skills?
Eventually, yes. We are kind of working towards that. Hopefully, actually have more cameras for backup, or be able to switch views while we're going down the highway and see what is like behind us. Eventually, we will work towards that.
I'm sure it's a lot of money.
Oh yeah, I mean camera equipment is a lot of money. It definitely is. Hi Phyllis, how's your day going? We might lose signal in here temporarily, everybody. Unless they shut that door, which I don't think they will, but you never know. Going good. Copy that, Phyllis. We'll be back. Oh yeah, that quick. Just to get a receipt. Just to get a receipt. No, where was it? There it was. Is this it? Please be it. Yeah, that is it.
How much does it cost again to wash truck itself?
It can vary. It can vary from like $50 to $85. I'll tell you here in a minute after I scan this in, because I got to scan this in, what the reefer is going to cost, which it doesn't cost me nothing, but none of the reefer washouts cost me anything because they're company trailers. So this washout was like $41.
Wow, that's crazy money, lol.
Oh yeah, but I mean everything's expensive when you get a bigger vehicle. But the washout here was $36.95 just for a reefer van minimum. Of course, you got the truck wash environmental fee, which is $1.85. So the grand total wash bay was $38.80. Minnesota sales tax at $2.96. Invoice total at $41.76. Now, in some states, they charge up to almost $120 for a washout. I've seen it already where one guy came out on site, didn't care where he was at, didn't care what was in the trailer, didn't clean up after himself, washed it right out there and left. I'm like, dude, you just put pallets and parts of pallets out there. What about that? But he did.
That's really crazy.
It is. Very crazy. You're telling me you got that thing done that quick? Alright, let's get at least a little bit of fuel so we know for sure we're going to make it home. I don't want to run this thing down if we don't have to. I don't like running the tank down on almost E. Today, but depending upon what happens, might not happen. So the goal is, yes, technically to make it home for tonight, but we'll see what happens. But we got to wait on the load because it's not ready yet, Rusty. It's not ready yet. Rewash the window too while we're at it.
10E4.
Almost got a pit down underneath there that they got something that big there. They have to. For their waste oil dump site. Yeah, we're just going to put in a little bit of fuel just to get back to the yard, and that's it. We ain't going to put a whole lot in there, maybe like 60 gallons, or just fill up the tank and be done with it. So we'll be back, everybody. get our receipt and get something to eat. Then we'll go head out to Long Prairie and drop this off. See if they need some assistance to get some trailers in and out of the door. Since there isn't no yard dog guy out there. We'll be back one more time.
Ghana says hi. Nightbot says Ghana, is that you? I've missed you Ghana, glad you are here, welcome back to the family.
Indiana. Copy that, Frank. Passing through Hollandtown. Now let me go head out to Long Prairie and see how long we wait out there.
Pierce says Farmer 109 levels, Farmer 1099 levels, Farmer 109 levels. Frosty says in the dim glow of Interstate Travel Crew's stream, Farmer Pierce was on a roll, spamming the chat with a symphony of hype emotes. It was like a digital dance party in Fargo, North Dakota, where every farmer 109 levels was a step closer to the next big milestone. The chat room buzzed with anticipation, waiting to see just how high Farmer Pierce could climb.
Man, there's an old tractor, an old Alava 1555. Trucking today. Load's ready. We're ready to go back. Drop and hook, baby. Drop and hook. check in. We'll be back real shortly. Alright, we're back. Hey, what's going on, IROC? What is going on? What is going on? By the way, morning zero.
Zeroscope 1590 says, "What up, buddy?" and chat.
We are going home, that's for sure. I like going home tonight. We'll be back.
says, howdy at Zeroska, 1590.
So what's going on today, IROC? What you up to?
Zeroska 1590 says like going home and done for the week, or going home to pick up a load in Green Bay.
We'll probably go home for the night. And then we'll have a load sometime for tomorrow. I don't know when, but we should have a load. No, we just can't do 2 loads a week. Yeah, that's a no-no.
So at iRocksking, Nightbot says be sure to follow or subscribe to iRocksking at URL. Botrix Official says go follow a Tyrocksking's channel to URL.
We're broke enough that we're
iRocksking
gonna
says how's it
mow
going?
the outside of the
Working a bit
fields
off
and
rebuilding
build
a
that shit.
60s Detroit.
That's what I'm. Just mow all the outsides of that shit.
Followers, plus 8. Sound alerts
Prime
yells
Patstroke
Patstroke
followed your channel.
Oh hell, oh hell, oh hell, oh hell. Hey, you
iRockskin yells thank you for the so. Zeroska 1590 says,
at it?
okay bud, I thought so, I was just making sure.
Yeah, we are going to try to stream what we didn't try to stream last week. We will have buffers. We will encounter major buffers regardless. That's going to be for sure, because we are going to be on that western side of the state of Wisconsin. We're going to be doing what we did last week, kind of, except one less stop. And so we will be doing that. So we're just going to have to deal with it.
Sounds good.
Trying to keep the flies out of here.
Frosty says hang tight. Your shoutouts are on cooldown for 29 minutes. So at Zeroska 1590, Nightbot says be sure to follow or subscribe to Zeroska 1590 at URL.
You know what?
Says
Why am
go
I bringing
follow
this up?
at Zeroska 1590's channel to URL.
Because we know the flies don't like to pay rent. So
I gotta
we're trying
see
to
where
get the
we're at
flies
here.
out of
Jake, thanks for the host, bud.
Alright, we'll be back.
No.
Zeroska 1590 says, so a trusty
Oh,
nail.
it's gonna be fun,
Nightbot says
guys.
be sure to follow or subscribe to Rusty
I
Nail
slow
at
it down.
URL. Botrix Official says go follow a Trusty Nail's channel to URL. Frosty says hang tight. Your shoutouts are on cooldown for 28 minutes. Nightbot says use check-in less than location greater than. Location can be a city, state, province, country, airport, postal zip code, plus code. Example, check-in W127TP. You don't have to recheck until we reset the globe. Zeroska1590 says, so at Out Cowboy. Nightbot says, be sure to follow or subscribe to Out Cowboy at URL. Botrix Official says, we will follow at Out Cowboy's channel to URL. Frosty says, hang tight. Your shoutouts are on cooldown for 26 minutes.
Be good on the weight. Just the way we are.
Zeroska1590 says, so at Outlaw Cowboy. Nightbot says, be sure to follow or subscribe to Outlaw Cowboy at URL. Botrix Official says, go follow at Outlaw Cowboy's channel to URL. Frosty says, hang tight. Your shoutouts are on cooldown for 24 minutes. Outlaw Cowboy says thank you for the soap. Zeroska1590 says welcome.
Better make sure our seal's right. Got a fly in here for some odd reason. We're gonna have to figure out where we're gonna kick his backside up. I almost slipped. Almost. All right, let's get out of here and start heading home.
says, what's my level of cool today? Let's find out. Cool.
30.
Oh wow, that's bad.
Oh yeah, it looks like Nightbot got you by 112.
I'm not worthy.
Yeah. Wasn't that said during Wayne's World movie? We're not worthy. We're not worthy. We're scum.
Wayne's World.
Yeah, definitely Wayne's World. I think they did it even in 2, I think. Wayne's World 2, I think they even did it there.
Have a nice road trip, Gary. I'm gonna chill a little now.
Copy
See you
that,
tomorrow.
Henrik. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow sometime. Have a great night, Henrik. Don't dream about Volvos too much.
Same to you, Gary and Garyana. Haha.
Have a good one, Henry. What's up, Mother of Dragon 1985? By the way, thank you for that follow from yesterday. Hope you're having a good day today. Welcome in.
Farmer Pierce says buffer bad.
Are we back? Are we back? Now we're slowly should be coming back. Back by now.
surgery, I'm in the hospital.
Why do you gotta have surgery?
Pierce asks if Farmer Kylie25 say what? Farmer Kylie25 says ectopic pre-good night and see is what is going on.
I've never heard of that.
Sierraska 1590 says, so at Farmer Kylie 25. Frosty says, hang tight. Your shoutouts are on cooldown for 3 minutes. Botrix Official says, go follow at Farmer Kylie 25's channel to URL. Nightbot says, be sure to follow or subscribe to Farmer Kylie 25 at URL. Farmer Pierce asks Tubal,
something like that, Farmer Pierce, but I'm not sure. I've never heard of it.
AIM2821 says, hello, Gary.
Hi, Ange.
Hello, Gary. How are you doing? Good to see you today. Farmer Kylie 25 says, thank you, Zero. And yes, I'm getting one of my tubs removed.
Oh, okay. Hopefully it's going to be all right, Tyler. What's going on today, Ange?
Ang 2821 says nothing. Farmer Kylie 25 says I'm scared as all get out.
Well, I can understand
Farmer
that.
Pierce says looked it up and is life-threatening.
Oh, life-threatening. That ain't good. Well, we'll see you later, Farmer Pierce. Looks like you might have to run to the hospital. Definitely got our prayers, Kylie.
Farmer Kylie 25 says thank you, Gary.
Yeah, no problem, Kylie. No problem.
Farmer Pierce says I get the nephew in a couple hours up.
Well, if you got time, I guess, to run to the hospital, Farmer Pierce, if it's not that far from you, I would probably suggest going. If Buttons is still there yet, I mean, I get it, Buttons is probably trying to sleep, but this would be kind of an emergency thing. Kind of an extreme emergency, in my opinion.
AIM 2821 says, are you in Wisconsin?
No, we're still in Minnesota. We're just leaving out of Long Prairie. We won't be in Minnesota probably for a good solid couple hours. We're hoping to make it back to the yard tonight. We should, but you never know. I mean, we've got a little over an hour leadway, but we also got to go through the Twin Cities, so hard telling. If the traffic goes good, we'll make it through pretty good, but we're running at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and you figure by the time we get to Minneapolis, it's going to be about 5, supper time. People are going to be out going out to eat. So it will be very interesting.
Farmer Kylie 25 says my mom showed up.
Copy that on your mom showed up.
Here says ectopic pregnancy prevention. According to Google, it says it can't be prevented, but I disagree. Tubes cut, tied, and burned.
Right. Well, I think of what...
King 2821 says, I'm really sorry I didn't get to La Crosse to meet you. I really wanted to, but power normal. I didn't sleep and couldn't get myself going.
Yeah, no worries, Ange. It's no worries. I truly understand life can take the best of us. I know that 100%. We will be coming back through there, though. We won't be at the first stop, but we'll be downtown, more La Crosse, hopefully sometime, I don't know when.
Frosty yells, who had to settle for second place when Jody Scheckter claimed the pinnacle of motor racing's Formula One championship. Find out when the ads end in about 2 minutes.
Well, we are coming back in that area, and if you make it, you make it. You don't, you don't. It's no worries. I mean, there's a lot of people that we've been close to buy, but when it comes...
2821 says ads, so won't hear that. Livestream bot says, Provo, Mo Gamer Squad, much love at Interstate Travel Crew.
Mo Gamer Squad, what's going on today, brother?
Frosty says Giles Villeneuve was the skilled driver who finished as runner-up in the Formula One championship when Jody Scheckter took the title.
To kind of respond back to Farmer Pierce, yeah, I mean, that can be done. Most definitely, indeed, that can be done. I mean, I know that I've heard that being done, so yeah, it can be done with tied or burn the ends and all that other stuff. Yeah, I get that. I truly get that. have a good night's rest last night?
AIM 2821 says, when will you be back in lacrosse?
Well, the actual delivery is on. Hold on, Ed. Let me find it. Roughly around on the 24th, around 11:30ish in the morning. And then I gotta go pick up a load up in Arcadia, so I'm hoping to get there whenever. Because the load ain't actually ready in our yard yet, which is kind of ironic.
Restreambot says, Trovo, Mo Gamer Squad, be working on the stuff you told me in the Discord call last night. I just woke up, lol.
No worries, Mo. No worries, Mo Gamer. What's up, Christian? How was your day? Just let me know when you find something out, Mo Gamer Squad.
AIM 2821 says, is that Backlars again?
No, they didn't put that one in there as of yet. I'm waiting for that one to see if it changes. I don't think it's kind of a hit and miss right now of whether or not that'll be in there. But right now it's only 2 stops. It's going to be downtown La Crosse. It's going to be down at the Reinhardt's, which is now Performance Food Group. But I guess the one place has got a new building within a couple months. And good, miss you. Oh, we miss you too, Christian. But yeah, it apparently the one address is building a new building somewhere. So I don't know where that new building is yet. Maybe the next time when I'm there this upcoming week, I'll have to ask them, well, what's the address so that I know. So I'm not kind of like throwing like, okay, well, it's probably on a place that's never had an address ever. It's probably was a field. So I'd have to know the address in order to get there. But, yeah, it's,
a new follower. New follower Sandoval for Christian Heart, welcome. 3,960 followers.
Prime Sandoval for Christian followed your channel.
Sandoval for Christian followed your channel.
Welcome in, Sandoval for Christian. Thank you for that follow. Hope you're doing well. But, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, right now they got the load listed as 1, 2, 3, 4, which is a strong indication that that load will be ready whenever it gets ready. They just put a time in of 1, 2, 3, 4 that it can be ready at any time. That's one of the things that we've learned after a period of time is they'll throw in a code because otherwise they can't literally load the trailer. So they'll put in a 1, 2, 3, 4 time, which is 12:34, otherwise, but it's not guaranteed to be ready by 12:34.
Restreambot says, Provo, Mo Gamer Squad sounds good.
Copy that. Copy that, Mo. But, I mean, yeah, they could add to it. I mean, I didn't look to see what the weights are. So I don't know what weights are on there currently right now. I mean, if it's enough that they could throw like maybe 2,000 pounds, 4,000 pounds on you, they could change it. They've added to the load numerous times. And being in that area, yeah. But, I mean, that's the way trucking goes. I mean, at 1 minute, you got a truckload, and then all of a sudden, they can cancel that and say, no, we only, now we got 3/4 of a truckload, what can we put on there? Is there anything else delivering in that same area? So if it's like 3 cities away or even a block away, I mean, they'll throw it on the trailer. They'll easily throw it on the trailer. Tonight, I mean, I will give security the load information and wait for the phone call. I'll sit at home because the last time we did that, we wasted the whole day. Literally, we wasted the whole day. We had a little over 24 hours off duty, and I could have just came home for the night and then just came back to the yard when we had to absolutely leave. But if we get there early enough to do a sleeper berth in.
AM 2821 says, sorry, my hubby. I had to answer his phone, so I had to step away.
But, and what I'm saying is, with your hubby, if you come, make sure you definitely bring your hubby. We'd like to meet your hubby. But, I mean, if you can't make it, don't worry about it. I mean, there's plenty of other times. We truly get what daily life does to someone. I mean, our plans change at the very last minute on the weekend. I mean, they change so bad sometimes that we have to postpone doing one thing to get something else done. So, I mean, I truly get it. If you don't make it, you don't make it. There's no worries. You don't have to apologize. I get it.
I'll do my best. He works nights, so it depends on the time.
Yeah. I get it. I mean, working nighttime, I remember working nights on third shift. Well, depending upon how old I was, I guess. Whether or not if I went out to the bar or not. But after a while, I just said, nope, I'm going home. Go home, go to bed right away after working a night shift.
He prefers third.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I worked third shift for numerous years, and I loved it. Still had either a chance of getting something done right away in the morning, you know, shortly after that, stay awake for a couple hours, sleep in the afternoon, get up, go to work, or come home, sleep right away, and then be up later part of the evening and then go to work. I mean, I've done it both ways. I really love third shift. I mean, it was actually working third shift. It was a better shift premium of working third shift. So I was like, well, yeah, I'll work third shift. No problem. Just tell me what time I need to be there. okay, if I get, let's say hypothetically, very hypothetically, the load is ready tonight. I'll drive, but we don't have the drive time. But I mean, if we did, I would drive it so that I have a sleeper berth, full sleeper berth, because right after we do that 2-stop delivery, that could turn into a 3-stop. We don't know yet. I still got to run up to Arcadia to go pick up the load there and then run that back to Green Bay. So, depending upon how it works out, it's going to be very finicky.
Restreambot asks Trovo, Mo Gamer Squad at LeonBot, can you tell us a funny story?
Yeah, LeonBot, tell us a funny story. But, you know, it really depends on, I mean, that's the thing about trucking than any other job. The loads can definitely change at the last minute. They could be canceled. You could have a breakdown, obviously.
Trovo, Mo Gamer Squad, LeonBot at Mo Gamer Squad, sure. One time, I tried to impress a girl by doing a backflip, but ended up landing on my face. Needless to say, it didn't work.
Didn't work.
Trovo, Mo Gamer Squad, lol.
But yeah, I mean, trucking is you know, it's the biggest gamble occupation that can ever happen. The biggest occupation that things change so many times. It's unreal. I mean, you can ask almost any driver if they've ever had, you know, issues. I mean, Farmer Pierce would be a very good person to ask. Ed the trucker, when he comes in here. I don't even think he trucks, but he says he does. But you can ask him, and you can ask any driver. Have you ever in your entire career had everything always fall in sync? And that's never the case. Never the case. I mean, if we kind of had it where we didn't have traffic, we didn't have issues getting loaded or unloaded, didn't ever have breakdowns, trucks ran forever, 5 million miles, 6 million miles, I mean, you wouldn't hear us saying that. You really wouldn't. And of course, if we didn't have everything else that we had to pay for, I mean, some of us would have been retired by the age of 40, like me. But no, I'm probably going to end up working and be late for my funeral, to tell you the truth, probably. Somebody will probably lose me on the way. Fall off the back of the truck or something. I mean, here's some of the good benefits of trucking. I'll explain this, you know, because we've got 5.5 hours of a drive yet. So the fun thing about driving is obviously the scenery. Going through cities, villages, definitely back roads. Seeing different buildings of everything. Landmarks that normally a lot of people might not ever get to see. Bodies of water. Like the Pacific, the Atlantic, seeing that. I mean, I've seen all of the lakes around by us, like Huron, Ontario, Michigan, Ontario, and Superior. So I mean, I've seen all of them. I've seen all those lakes. And so, I mean, there's a lot of the good things about trucking. Now, the bad things about trucking depend upon whether you're an owner-operator or if you're a company guy. Owner-operator's got to pay everything out of his own pocket. Nothing's free. Nothing is free. I mean, mean, just asking for a bolt, you know, for a missing bolt, you still got to pay, I don't know, probably 40 cents for the bolt or the nut. Company guys, I mean, they got a little bit easier. I mean, but they don't really get much of a choice to go if it's a company's a no forced dispatch or a forced dispatch. So if they got to go to New York City, here's your paperwork, here's your keys, here's your appointment time at 5 o'clock in the morning. Have a nice trip. That's about the company guy. You don't have to worry about paying maintenance or anything of that nature, because that's on the company to have to deal with that. But yeah, I mean, that's how pretty much trucking is in my life. Constantly worrying about what oil getting changed, if even oil was changed. Yeah, I mean, that's the things that I deal with on an endless basis. A lot that normally you guys don't ever see. I mean, I try to fill you in as much as possible, but actually see it during a stream of what headaches that I can go through. It's a pain. It is a pain being an owner-operator. But I've got the freedom of saying that, okay, nope, I'm not taking this load. Try adding to the load, try changing the loads. Things of that nature. But for the most part, I mean, everything I deal with an owner-operator, that falls on me. If I'm late for an appointment, that falls on me. But we haven't been really late for an appointment in probably a good solid 2 years, I almost want to say, now. I mean, if I'm late, I'll own up to it. By far, I'll own up to it that I'm late. But for the most part, that's why we always try to arrive early. Because there could be that one what if you get hung up somewhere.
Ang 2821 says, I haven't ate yet today. I'm going to have to go do that. Have a very safe day.
Well, make sure you definitely get something to eat, Ange, and we'll definitely thank you for the safe drive.
Peas and chicken.
Oh, nice. Peas and chicken. I'll take a plate, please.
about new followers. Type John Rob welcome 3,960 followers plus 10. Sound alerts yells
Prime John Joe Rob followed your channel.
What is up, John Joe Rob? Thank you for that follow. How are you doing today?
says cool.
Ooh, man, Cowboy. 23 out of 67. Jeez, that's bad.
I know, right, lol.
Better sweeten Nightbot up with some chocolate or something.
Ditto 9003 says hello. Nightbot hello. Ditto 9003, how are you doing? Good to see you today.
How you doing today, Ditto? First time chatter, welcome in. How are you doing today?
Ditto 9003 says I am good time.
You're very welcome. Glad to hear you're doing
Hope
good.
the road is treat you well.
We'll know in about an hour or so. We will know in about an hour. We're going to be heading through the Twin Cities here shortly.
I will send good vibes here.
Copy that, copy that. Thank you. Gotta love Verizon. It sucks. Try to get rid of that fly. It's flying by me again like, ha ha! Miss me! Can't catch me! Yeah, I'll get you one of these times, fly. Boot you out of the truck.
Rob says you're welcome. I am fine. How are you? I didn't know I had to be a follower for 10 minutes before I could chat.
Yeah, the reason why we had that set up like that is because we had a bot raid last week, so that's why we have it for 10 minutes. I just haven't gotten around to changing it back yet. $285 on Highway 10 near Brilliant. Copy that, Frank. Probably the cheapest I've seen yet.
Outlaw Cowboy says this is no joke, but I can catch a fly from midair.
I wouldn't doubt it. I should have had you riding along. You could have caught him and kicked him out the window. I absolutely hate flies being in the truck. They're a nuisance, especially when you're sleeping.
Oh yay, or eating something.
Oh yeah, yeah, indeed. So yeah, unfortunately we had to put that 10-minute wait on there because of the bot.
watching. Welcome. Hope you enjoy the stream on Trovo. Left love, right love.
Hello, Wiz Nation. Good to finally meet you. Hope you're doing well.
Says there's a brand new dual carriageway, freeway, close to me that's pretty amazing. Not a lot of people know about it either.
Is that, where would that be, Irish? What country? Or is that here in the States?
To ride on.
Oh, I bet. In Ireland, copy that.
Restreambot says, Trovo Mo Gamer Squad, he's Trovo partner too at Interstate Travel Crew. Irish Bingu says not that busy even during rush hour.
Well, it shouldn't be busy with a brand new highway, I guess. Copy that, Mo Gaming. Copy that.
Restreambot says, Trovo Mo Gamer Squad looks like he is having internet problems.
Well, that ain't good. I have on an endless basis, like this run here. Oh, I could probably have, I don't know, maybe rough guess, maybe 60 buffers through Long Prairie all the way to Green Bay. At least, minimum 60. So I know about the internet issues. I truly get it. It's never fun to deal with. Never fun. Hopefully he gets it back up and running, Mo Gaming.
Squad, OMG that sucks, lol 2022.
Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. Trust me, I know. I do know. I do know.
Turbo, Mo Gamer Squad at Wiz Nation is part of the team too, just letting you know.
Yeah, I know. I know. I was kind of watching part of his stream last night while I was working on things. He showed up on my screen. He scared the living heck out of me at first. I'm like, what in the world is that? Next thing you know, I hear gun shooting, and I'm like, good Lord.
Gamer Squad niece. He's crazy sometimes.
No worries. No worries. I almost got him. I'll get that pesky little fly in.
channel.
2,962 followers. Plus 11.
Welcome in, TW. Thank you for that follow. How you doing today? Hope you're doing well.
Lynn says, welcome TW80 Benjamin.
Lynn, you want to make sure the 10-minute follower thing is off. Just put it on to 0. If it's already there, then thank you, but just make sure it's on 0. If we get a bot raid, we'll just have to put it back up. And welcome back, Lynn. I hear you got out of, well, you weren't able to get any more photos, I take it. I think the hubby kept you in a very tight area. Babes, come here.
It's on 0.
Copy that. He probably said, hon, you gotta see this over here. No, hon, babe, come here. You gotta look at this. Did he even get a chance to look at the pictures?
Log. Nightbot says 3,571 of log have been counted to date, Lynn.
Prime Gamers 0 followed your channel.
2,962 followers. Plus 12.
Welcome in, Yammer.
Lynn says we were looking at fishing lures.
Fishing lures? Why would you just want to look at fishing lures?
Welcome, Yammers.
How's your day, Yammers? Thank you.
How are you doing? Good to see you today. TW80 Benjamin asks, what we driving? Yammer0 asks, is this streaming over cell service or Starlink?
Cell service. If we were probably using Starlink,
Lynn says, not me, he was. I was looking at smokers.
We were using cell service.
T680. TW80 Benjamin asks, new gen or?
No, this is the old gen, one of the first ones. Probably like in between, before they came out with the second gen truck. We don't have as much. We got about half the electronics of what the second gen's got. Well, we got some of the annoying electronics, you might as well say. Using Starlink, when we'd be inside a building, it wouldn't work for us. Because we do gotta get washouts and we lose complete signal. So that's why we don't use Starlink. If we probably had a dry van and didn't have to worry about getting washouts, then Starlink would probably be more beneficial, but it just isn't. Starlink, I've also seen, isn't also reliable at times.
Yammer0 says that's good to know.
Why, you thinking about streaming, Yanner?
Industry, so I was curious. No plans to be a streamer.
So, Yammer, since got you here, is it a very well-known cellular carrier? I mean, I've got Verizon and I also got T-Mobile on the backup. And if you're with one of those companies, just say yes. You don't have to say which one. Just yes. That's it. Because you can definitely use
Digital NXCT hub. Welcome, 3,963 followers.
Prime Digital _ NXCT followed your channel.
Digital NXCT followed your channel.
Thank you for the follow, Digital. Welcome in. But
Lynn
Yanner,
says, welcome Digital. Yammer Zero says, we're a contractor that does work with all major carriers.
okay. Because if you were with a cell company, even though you're a contractor, you could definitely tell that company that they need to update. Well, since you're here, Yammer, why is it in some areas that you get 5G and in some areas there's like 3G?
Digital NXCT says, no problem.
Copy that, Digital. And like, you know, if you watch us long enough, you'll see why. And so I gotta switch networks in order just to keep a cell signal. So now everybody that's in the chat here, you'll understand why we can't keep a steadily honest stream. So we're kind of putting Yammer on the spot here a little bit. And I hate to put him on the spot like that, but he is a contractor. And maybe he'll understand and explain to all of you that have followed us why that we have the issues that we do.
Yammer Zero says 5G requires new radios and all carriers are still upgrading.
All right. So I have
Urban areas have priority.
Urban areas have priority? Really?
Nightbot says, is that a pelican? No, it's not a plane either. Looks like Superman. No, it's the Dark Knight keeping watching the chat. No, it's Zeroska 1590 flying over our chat.
Yammer,
Lynn says, Zero, hello.
Yammer,
Outlaw Cowboy says, howdy, it's Zeroska 1590.
Yammer, I have to disagree. It seems like the urban areas are not priority. I really do.
Restreambot says, Provo, Mo Gamer Squad, welcome at Ray Rooster.
Welcome in, Ray Rooster. Thank you for that.
Zeroska 1590 says, hi Lynn, how is your day going? Nightbot says, Zeroska 1590, is that you? I've missed you, Zeroska 1590, glad you are here, welcome back to the family. Lynn asks, good in yours?
Well, Lynn's was actually bad. She didn't actually get any pictures today. So her day, she might be fibbing on the good. She was looking at smokers today instead of pictures.
Zeroska 1590 says, so far so good.
But yeah, Yammer, I mean, it's like, if you watch us probably with like in another hour.
Lynn says lol. Nightbot says 3,572 of lol have been counted to date, Lynn.
But if you watch us within roughly about another hour, 2 hours, you'll understand the area that we're in. And I'll tell you the area that we're in. And I don't know what state you work in. It's kind of irrelevant, but I'll just say this. If you're in the Wisconsin area, Wisconsin 29 really needs some major upgrading up there, just to let you know. So that we have at least a halfway better stream out that way.
Digital NXCT asks, is that a Kenworth?
This is a Kenworth. Yes, it is, Digital. It's a 2020.
Lynn says says T680.
What in the world is going on here? Thinking we should have went around downtown, to tell you the truth now. Should have went downtown. Plastic wheelbarrow. Where'd the wheel go? It's missing.
Cowboy says, making my downtown walking fast, and I'm homebound lol.
Speed walking there, cowboy, eh? We should have went downtown.
Restreambot says, Turbo Mo Gamer Squad, don't you love the traffic? It looks fun.
Yeah, not really. I hate traffic. I hate traffic. But, you know, in a way, for Minnesota traffic, I mean, there's times it's like, could look like this, but we might only be in it for like 10 minutes and then be on our way. Other times it could be like an hour and a half. But if you go downtown Chicago, good Lord, it's going to take you almost 2 hours to get out of there. Especially with the construction they still got going on there. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to be downtown Chicago. I think I'd rather be here. Dallas, Texas can be bad. Atlanta, Georgia, oh, that could be really bad. Why don't you just go in the other area from Canada, for crying out loud, you moron? Stupid idiot. Yeah, I'm talking to you, you morons. lane you need to be in, you moron.
Zeroscope 1590 says lol. Nightbot says 3,573 of lol have been counted to date. Zeroscope 1590.
Then you try getting into this further lane and then you can't even get into there. It's like, what the heck?
Grills 18 Wheels says truck is broken.
Truck is broken. How'd you break it? What's up, Miguel? How you doing today?
Gear is shredded. Oil everywhere.
Miguel, we're in a little bit of traffic, so it kind of sucks right now. Front pumpkin, your differential is cracked. The gears are shredded. Oil everywhere. Well, there's $16,000 gone down the drain. Dead serious. $16,000. It'll probably take you 3 to 5 days before it's fixed. Better have the wife come pick you up.
Lynn says, so at Grills 18 Wheels. Nightbot says, be sure to follow or subscribe to Grills 18 Wheels at URL. Botrix Official says, go follow at Grills 18 Wheels' channel to URL.
I bet you that front
Grills, hello.
I bet you that front differential will probably cost you almost $17,000-$18,000.
Said, I will just pop on computer.
Because the reason why I say that, that the old one, or the one that's in there, would have been your core, and it's already shredded, so it's junk. So you're probably looking at $17,000, $18,000 repair right there. And that's with labor. Especially in this crappy economy. Are you in Chicago or are you in Omaha? If you're in Omaha, you might as well just go back home. Unless he's got another truck for you.
Darren61 says hello.
What's up, Darren?
Hello, Darren61. How are you doing? Good to see you today. Lynn says Darren hello. Nightbot hello Lynn, how are you doing? Good to see you today. Darren61 says hello at Lynn. Zeroscope 1590 says, what up Darren, how are you doing today? Grills 18 Wheels says, thanks goodness I'm not paying. Dealership said they would be done today, hopefully, as my company is their biggest customer and we have priority. In Omaha, waiting for Mama to get off work to come get me.
They don't have a backup truck for you to take? That's kind of ironic if they don't have a backup truck with a big, with that many trucks. Look at that.
Frosty1 says hello at Zeroska 1590. My allergies are going crazy today. Nightbot, hello to Zeroska 1590. How are you doing? Good to see you today. Girls 18 Wheels says no. Cake Price 6803 says hi, driver must be in Chico.
No,
Nightbot
we're
says
not.
Cake Price 6803. Is that you? I've missed you, Cake Price 6803. Glad you are here. Welcome back to the family.
No, we're in Minneapolis. That's where we're at, Cake Rice. Minneapolis.
Grills 18 Wheels says if it would take longer, they might give me a spare.
I thought you said you didn't have a spare truck. I'd have just taken a spare. At least you're going to make some money.
Zeroska 1590 says bummer, Derek.
I mean, it's probably going to be for a week or two, but at least you would have made some money instead of going back home. I'd rather make money than sitting at home. Remember, the wheels must be turning for you to be earning.
Grills 18 Wheels says do want time with the fam and won't lose much.
Alright. If you can afford to do it, go for it, I guess. For me, with a truck payment, they don't care. They want their truck payment.
Frosty yells in the Betty White show. What was the name of the character portrayed by the legendary Betty White? Find out when the ads end in about 2 minutes. Grills 18 Wheels says besides, I get breakdown pay too. Cake Price 6803 says I hate this rush hour.
Yeah.
Samantha McCarthy 62 says good afternoon with Gary and everyone else here on the Interstate Travel crew. Hopefully everyone is having a wonderful day.
Smarty Pants Samantha, what's going on today? You know, we're not one.
Still somewhat under the weather, but a lot better than yesterday.
Oh, that's good. You know, it's funny. Neither one of these GPSs are saying there's a backup. Neither one of them. No delay, no nothing. It's just like an ordinary day saying, oh yeah, traffic's smooth.
Cake Price 6803 says poor diver ahead, he, she, making no money.
Right. Yeah, Grill's broke down in the truck, so that's why he's not working. Jeez, looks like you got a Karen over in that vehicle. Yelling at something. Oh, there's a story for a lot of you guys missed out on.
Frosty says Betty White graced the screen as the character Joyce Whitman in The Betty White Show. Samantha McCarthy 62 asks, or maybe she's singing.
Oh, by far, she is not singing. So, okay, last week when we didn't stream, we were heading back up to Green Bay. Traffic got diverted on I-43. And I was following behind a tow truck, hauling a semi, a bobtail. And all of a sudden we come into the truck in this construction area. She slams on the brakes. We're not traveling that fast, maybe 3-4 miles an hour. Comes out screaming at me, "You need to back off! Get the back off!" And I was like, good Lord. It's like, what is your problem? Get in your truck and shut up and do your job. That's what I told her. It's like if you don't like your job, don't tow. But yeah, I mean, wasn't doing nothing wrong. I was just staying close like this truck here, so a truck or a car didn't come in between us. And she had a fit.
Grills 18 Wheels says someone tinkled in her Cheerios.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, all I had to do was make one phone call and she probably would have lost her job. One phone call. Because I know that company really well. Very well.
Kate Price 6,803 says at a Karen, run them over 25 points.
We can't do that. That would be considered vehicular homicide. We can't do that. But for the most part, I mean, it was like, like I said, all I had to do was make a phone call. I know who their biggest customer is. And trust me, they ended up buying a couple more tow trucks just for that company. So all I would have to do is just call the company once and say, you know what, pull them. And the thing was, is I wasn't even streaming it at that time. You guys would have had a good laugh over it. Kind of like that one that we had in Detroit there that couldn't back up a straight truck, complained about a straight truck. It's like, good Lord, you're like 27 feet long to 65 feet long. I could back that up with my eyes closed.
Grills 18 Wheels says lol. Nightbot says 3,574 of lol have been counted to date. Grills 18 Wheels.
And then the customer, when we were delivering there, he's like, are you picking on my driver? I'm like, she doesn't know how to drive. She shouldn't even have a CDL. I was like, try driving a 65-foot long truck and trailer. She's only got a 27-foot straight truck. You kidding me?
Samantha McCarthy 62 says cool.
Dang fly. I'll get him. Bad thing is it kicked the brakes in.
Buddha Nightclub says ox.
Yeah. Oh, trust me, I'll get an event from the company. I know that part. But I was sitting there paying attention more towards the fly. I don't know if I got him or not. Probably heard the slap thing going around here with my hat.
Kate Price 6,803 says like to see her drive the straight truck backwards down a Chicago alley.
Yeah, I don't think she would do that. I honestly don't think she would have done it. Trailer down an alley in Chicago. I've had to do it. It's not fun, especially when you got cars on each side of the highway. It's not fun at all.
Grills 18 Wheels says she wouldn't back it down an alley. she would back it into an alley lawn.
Right.
Probably hit everything too.
Yeah.
Was funnier in my head. Says Outlaw Vader, just like a well-oiled truck on the I-90, you've smoothly delivered your 7th gifted sub to the Interstate Travel crew. Your support fuels this journey more than a full tank of diesel. Thanks for keeping the convoy strong and the streams ad-free. WZBot star new sub star Soul Brother Mark +1 star, offered by Outlaw Vader.
Outlaw Vader has struck again by giving a gift sub to Soul Brother Mark. Thank you for that again, Outlaw Vader. As always, you are awesome. Yeah, I don't see where that fly went. I think I kicked them. Hopefully I did. Doesn't pay rent.
Price 6,803 says, or you have a tight, Connor, in Bay Ally to back up.
Oh, I've had plenty of tight corners in Chicago to back up. There's one place I delivered to long time ago that you have to back up in an alley. And people park on each side of the road. So you only got enough room, and people, here's the other thing. They got to push their mirrors in so that the truck doesn't rip their mirrors off.
Vader says got home from work and turned on your stream to relax.
Copy that, Outlaw Vader. How was work? Was it a great day, mediocre day, bad day? Well, welcome home.
Price 6,803 says I have to do it with a 24 feet truck.
24 feet, that's nothing. Depending upon where your axles are, you got to worry about the swing on the back end of it. That's the only thing you got to worry about. Some of those swings in the back from the axles to the very back is like 6 to 8 feet. And I mean, you could turn it too tight or too quick and you could hit something on your left side. Pull it out. I've seen it happen. Driver literally take out a passenger door thinking, oh well, it's like a car and it'll turn on a dime, and not worry about what's behind him, and he ended up taking the whole door
Outlaw
off.
Vader says it was a busy day, but good.
Well, that's good. That's good. kind of surprised I even had this load ready that by the time we started heading that way. So it was kind of perfect timing. But obviously it's bad timing for here. But hey, it is what it is. Nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do about it. Except live with it.
Price 6,803 says, I seen rental truck very damaged from hitting things.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've seen my fair share of them, especially in my 20-some year career. Not pretty. Not at all pretty.
Says, I was having a cigarette about 11:30 last night, and I seen some strange lights in the sky.
Uh-oh. Hopefully they didn't get the probe out, cowboy. Hopefully they weren't from some other outer space planet.
Kate Price 6,803 says, story I could tell you while I was working at the hook.
Oh, we got time. Tell it. Might take you some time to type it out, but go ahead, tell it.
Outlaw Cowboy says I know. Kate Price 6,803 says a outlaw cowboy if the ex-wife looking for more money. Says no X's here.
Luckily now I think the traffic is slightly moving.
Heavy Racing Queen says I need an AC unit attached to me.
You need an AC unit attached to you? I would try the garden hose.
Donna says hi. Nightbot says Ghana, is that you? I've missed you, Ghana. Glad you are here. Welcome back to the family.
Welcome back, Anna. Sorry I was out of the truck earlier. PT2 says, wow, I just had an absolutely terrible experience with TD Bank. They're a horrible bank to do business with, and I will not recommend them. Poor customer service, got hung up 3 times, called a liar, which I don't appreciate, then was refused a supervisor. Heavy Racing Queen says they have this house too hot. Well, there's a garden hose outside probably. Should be hooked up to city water. Here's your best air conditioning. wasn't somebody like that, was it?
Price 6,803 says at Heavy Racing Queen, I nice and cool in my office in the basement.
You're in the basement? You got your office in the basement? That's not a bad idea.
Heavy Racing Queen says, did you hear about the latest at MR26PT2 about TD and their drug money and all that?
I've never even heard of anything like that.
We have fans going.
So make sure everybody checks out Heavy Racing
Mr.
Queen.
26 PT2 says at Heavy Racing Queen, no I haven't.
Only
Price
fans.
6,803 says it keep the computers cool and not overheated.
Yeah.
Heavy Racing Queen says yeah TD got nailed with a $3 million lawsuit.
$3 million lawsuit. That's pretty big.
Says, you know at Heavy Racing Queen they let anyone in chat these days, lol.
Yeah, I think next time I'm going to have a Pepsi admission. Gotta have one wild cherry
Heavy
Pepsi
Racing
for
Queen
admission.
says lol. Nightbot says 3,575 of lol have been counted to date Heavy Racing Queen.
One nice wild cherry Pepsi for admission. I'll probably just get all the stolen ones back from Heavy Racing Queen.
Queen says they let, I will give you the empties.
Oh yeah, the empties. Sorry, we don't give cash refund for empty bottles. That's only in Michigan.
Says they let anyone in Twitch. They let a Outlaw Cowboy in LOL.
I see the love here. I see the love.
Racing Queen says there is nothing to see with me.
Didn't Didn't you just say there was like 4 kiss cams?
Outlaw Cowboy says I'm an angel, lol.
Yeah, I would agree with Outlaw Cowboy. He's probably more of an angel than Heavy Racing Queen with the so-called halo with the horns underneath it.
Heavy Racing Queen says no.
I don't know about that. Dang fly. Get out!
Cake Price 6803 says Pepsi is getting rid of some of their soft drinks.
Hopefully it's the ones that I don't like. You know, if you ever open up a window towards a fly,
Heavy Racing Queen says yeah, only 4 kiss cans.
you ever try getting rid of a fly in a semi? They find it to seem to be better to be in here instead of being outside. Because you know he's going to get his backside
I
froze.
had a monster earlier.
Only one? Speaking of that, I got to add to the monster count. Like 5 of them.
You saying you're slipping.
I am slipping. Oh, I am slipping. Queen, since you did have a monster day, you got to put in an exclamation point chat monster.
Cake Price 6803 says they fly as your mascot for this trip.
Oh, yeah. They're more of an annoying mascot, Kate Rice.
Heavy Racing Queen says chat monster.
It's got to be all one word, Queen. One word.
Chat monster.
There you go.
Nightbot says Heavy Racing Queen just opened up another can of monster. Booyah, unleash that beast. Heavy Racing Queen just got caught opening a monsters. 23 monsters have been cracked to date by the chat.
So remember, everybody, if you crack open a monster, we do happen to have a command for you guys. And when I get some time, I'll have to add mine in. I think I overall have you guys beat over the years that I've been drinking it.
Heavy Racing Queen says I had one yesterday.
No, you gotta add that one too, Queen. Come on, fess up. Let's see how high we can ever get that. You know, a lot of these commands I probably should have had in the very beginning, you know, but obviously I wasn't thinking about it.
Nightbot says Heavy Racing Queen just opened up another can of monster. Booyah, unleash that beast. Heavy Racing Queen just got caught opening a monsters. 24 monsters have been cracked to date by the chat. Outlaw Cowboy says, Captain Sir, we have a stowaway.
Stowaway aboard! Overboard, I should say. I'll laugh if I get him out the window. I'll actually be grateful if I get him out the window.
Cake Price 6803 says, quit picking on George the Fly, whatever he did to you.
Well, I don't think we'll call him George the Fly. We'll call him George the Arrogant Fly. Because he's irritating me. sled in the back of it. Is that a Yamaha? Looks like a Yamaha.
Sorry, I don't drink Monster or Lounge in my house.
Well, no worries. Those that do, that's fine. If you don't, you don't. We understand. We got it for those that do. Like me. Gotta hate this part of the highway. Ain't got it done yet. Oh man, that guy in the back of the truck there's got a really old snowmobile on there. I mean, that thing is ancient.
Matt P 2026 says fact. Mr. 26, PT2 says I'm cooking salmon for dinner tonight. Matt P 2026 says yo yo. Nightbot yells yo Matt P 2026 yo yourself. What's up Matt P 2026?
Salmon sounds like it's a good meal for tonight. I don't know what they're
Outlaw
having.
Cowboy says nice people for moving over.
Well, yeah. Some people here do got a heart to let people like me
Matt
in.
P 2026 says hey boss. Nightbot says hey yourself Matt P 2026. You don't want alfalfa hay, straw, wheat, or oats? I eat it every day and I love IT. Nom nom, I feel excellent. Cake Rice 6803 says, but I drink asterisk, 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 blood is made of Pepsi.
Yeah. Matt, you don't ever want to call me boss. I'll tell you to get to work. Every time somebody calls, tells me that when I get there, it's like, hey boss, I'm like, get your backside busy and get me unloaded, like now. Otherwise, don't call me boss.
Heavy Racing Queen says we have fish and chips. Matt P 2026 says sorry. Mr. 26
No worries.
PT2 says okay boss.
Get to work.
Matt P 2026 says Heavy Racing Queen day. WZ.new follow us. Heart Uncle J Pop Heart welcome. 3,964
Prime Uncle J Pop
followers
followed your
+1.
channel.
Sound alerts yells Uncle J Pop followed your channel.
Thank you,
Heavy
Uncle
Racing
J
Queen
Pop, for the
says
follow.
I already did that.
Did what, King? Thank you, Uncle
Mr.
J Pop.
26 PT2 says my work is cooking salmon.
Gotcha. There you go.
Cake Rice 6803 says, but you true boss is at home getting the honey-do list made.
I don't actually, believe it or not, the wife
Heavy
doesn't.
Racing Queen says, went to work.
Oh, gotcha. I went to work, Kate. I don't have actually a honey to-do list. My wife never gives me one. I find the work myself. She never gets time to do one. I actually kind of give her the honey to-do list. I need this done. I need that done. But once in a while, she'll say, well, hey, can you do this for me? And I'll usually get at it right away, but for the most part, Carmen doesn't give me a honey to-do list. I never have one.
Mikey B Gaming says, good evening. Gary at Interstate Travel Crew.
What's up, Mikey? What's going on today? Oh, looks like they're pouring that last little stretch. Jeez Louise, I can't believe it's taking them this long to do it.
Ashley Kelly says, hi all. Nightbot says, Ashley Kelly, is that you?
Ashley!
I missed you, Ashley Kelly. Glad you are here. Welcome back to the family. Matt P 2026 says, Gary, where are you going today? Heavy Racing Queen says, hey at Matt P 2026. Nightbot says, hey yourself, Heavy Racing Queen. You don't want alfalfa hay, straw, wheat, or oats? I eat it every day and I love IT. Nom nom, I feel excellent. Mikey B Gaming says resting up for the big day tomorrow.
Copy that, Mikey. Yeah, it's going to be a big move day for you. Matt, we're heading back to Green Bay, to the yard.
Lynn says, so at Ashley Kelly. Nightbot says, be sure to follow or subscribe to Ashley Kelly at URL. Lynn says, so at Mikey B Gaming. Nightbot says, be sure to follow or subscribe to Mikey B Gaming at URL. Frosty says, hang tight. Your shoutouts are on cooldown for 30 minutes. Official says, go follow at Mikey B Gaming S channel to URL. Sound alerts
Prime
yells
Reaper
Reaper
0F4 followed your channel.
WZBot new follow S. Heart Reaper 04 Heart welcome. 3,966 followers plus 15. Reaper 004 says, man, these new GFX on ATS are crazy good.
You bet they are, Reaper. Thank you for that follow. How you doing today? Good Lord, dude. You're about ready to lose it.
Not too shabby, bravo.
Copy that, not too shabby.
That boy coming in a little hot.
Yeah, quite hot. Quite hot.
Hero Pleb says, don't fear, Plebs is here.
Hero, there's another one. How you feeling, Hero? Haven't seen you in a while. Hopefully everything's good with you.
Frosty says, hang tight. Your shoutouts are on cooldown for 29 minutes.
Oh,
Mary,
Frosty's
Lynn
zipping.
says, so at Hero Plebs. Nightbot says, be sure to follow or subscribe to Hero Plebs at URL. Botrix Official says, go follow at Hero Plebs' channel to URL. Hero Plebs yells been so busy. Reaper 004 says, how's the roads treating ya? Zeroska 1590 says, what up, Hero? Hero Plebs says, what's up at Zeroska 1590? Lynn says, Plebs hello. Mr. 26 PT2 says, Frosty needs a freeze. Hero
Yeah.
Plebs says, good morning at Lynn.
It looks like the shout out thing went kaput too. We've been doing all right. Traffic's been a little monotonous coming out of the Twin Cities, but now we're finally in open air, so we should be good all the way to the state line. Then we just figure out how bad we're going to have buffers once we get in that area. Hopefully Yammer is still listening in the background and taking notes of how bad some areas are, and like, hey, you know, I was watching this guy
I
stream.
broke the bleep bloop fax machine.
Oops. But hopefully Yammer will take notes on our trip going back and say, hey, you know, I seen this streamer going along the state of Wisconsin here on 29 here. We got to update the boosters there so that,
Zeroska 1590 says, not much hero fixing thing around the house with my son.
and fixing up the internet around here so he can stream perfectly
Reaper
out.
004 yells right on. That's good to hear.
Right.
Matt P 2026 says, at Hero Plebs, you are fired.
Why is he fired, man? Yeah, apparently that shout-out's not going to work.
Hero Plebs says, woo, I'm going home.
You want to look at it as that way, yeah.
Matt P 2026 says, at Hero Plebs, just picking. Nightbot says, be sure to follow or subscribe to Zeroska 1590 at URL.
Dun, dun, dun,
Botrix
dun.
Official
Yeah,
says,
it'll be
go follow
normal
at
time.
Zeroska 1590's channel
The
to
wife
URL.
gets off at 5. She should be home by 6.
So at Zeroska
Pulling in the
1590,
driveway when we start
Frosty
stream.
says, hang tight.
If the baby's
Your
down for a
shoutouts
nap,
are
I'll
on
start
cooldown
early.
For 27 minutes. Hero Pleb says I got fired later. Yo,
Dun, dun, dun,
Mr.
dun,
26
dun,
PT2
dun,
says
dun,
our
dun,
buffering
dun.
is so close to the ground in New York that they call it a buffalo.
Yeah, that is true. But yeah, I think if I got fired from streaming, I would just do things at home. I got plenty of things to do at home.
Heavy Racing Queen says there is a lot of clips I need to get rid of.
Why?
Reaper 004 asked, what are you using to stream from? Phone, GoPro?
Phone. We're using a phone. Everything is done on my phone. So I take everything home in my pocket. That's it. except for maybe the speaker that's mounted on the inside of the truck here for the TTS.
Zeroscope 1590 says all fix. Mr. 26 PT2 asks, how do you get fired from streaming?
Easy. You just stop.
Reaper04 says, oh okay, that new GoPro 7, you can stream straight to Twitch.
Oh yeah, I would imagine so. So the new GoPro there, Reaper, tell me all about it. What are things that are features that would be interesting for me to use a GoPro? I mean, I've heard GoPros, they don't really hold up very good. Battery-wise, I mean, you got to constantly keep them plugged in, which we do that anyways, but for the most part, what would be some of the good features if I went to a GoPro? The only bad thing is like my overlays that I have all on the phone, I got to figure out how to get those in.
On my DK, I was just talking smack lol. Mr. 26 PT2 says that's not being fired, that's just quitting.
Oh man! Come on, Mr. 26. It sounded good. It sounded good.
Earl Clip says I got fired from streaming. Reaper04 says I am enjoying this.
You got fired from streaming, Hero? How'd you get fired from streaming? Why can't I get fired from streaming?
Matt P2026 says I get reports I cannot lift steaming anymore until I can fix it.
What are you having problems that you're
Earl
having?
Clip says Matt P2026 fired me.
Oh, okay, that's right. Matt fired you. Matt, you better hire him back. He's got some really great content. I have a good laugh over there all the time. You better give him a raise.
Mr. 26 PT2 says my old job said I was fired, but I quit and told them took them 2 weeks to even notice I was gone. Matt P2026 says, and Earl Clips, you are fired.
Oh, that sucks.
Gary, you are fired.
You can't fire me. I'm an owner-operator. I'm a contractor.
Earl Clip says, so I'm deleting Twitch later, y'all.
Go to Trovo. Go to Trovo. T-R-O-V-O. Trovo. Stream from there. I'll follow you. You're my hero.
Mr. 26 PT2 asks, do you kick Gary? Matt P2026 says, at Earl Clips, you are hired in a raise.
There you go. Look at that, hero. You just got a raise. You can thank yourself.
Heavy Racing Queen says I will get fired from streaming.
How will you? Okay, who's firing you from streaming?
Reaper0F4 says you can take Twitch away from the plebs, but you can't take the plebs out of Twitch.
That's right. That's right. I want a good laugh, and if Hero is on, I watch him. I'll sit there and lurk and be laughing in the
Heavy
background.
Racing Queen says King.
Ah, King's got a...
Hero Pleb says wait while you're getting paid. Matt P2026 says my camera keep cutting out on me for no reason.
Has it been updated? Check to see if there needs to be an update on the camera. 90% of the time, even everything else needs an update. Stupid equipment. It's just a camera for crying out loud. What an update need to
Mr.
run a
26
wire.
PT2 says breaking news. I've officially hit 30K.
You hit 30K? Did you get the bot raids? That's probably why.
Reaper04 says at Euro Plebs I made $4 like 5 years ago on Twitch lol. It was pretty rad. Still can't use it, ha ha ha.
Yeah.
G-Bot says a Trooper 0F4 $4 to 382.99 rubles.
Now if that's in rubles,
Matt
you're rich.
2026 says I am on PS4.
Oh, PS4. I have nothing to know about any of that. So if anybody's on a PS4, definitely send Matt P a message on how to fix it. I have enough problems with a phone. I don't need to have anything else. But when we go up to the new system, then we'll have to worry about it. But right now...
Weather 35,756.
keeping the servers up. That's about it. That's the only thing I gotta worry about. So if it's Xbox, anybody wants to talk with Zero, definitely get a hold of
Heavy
Zero.
Racing Queen says I have enough issues with the computer. Mr. 26 PT2 says weather 70763.
You gotta put a space in the between weather and zip code. And you don't really need the exclamation point for the weather. You can just be weather and then the zip code. We've got it 6 different ways on there. Matter of fact, my phone needed an update. Stupid thing.
Weather 70,763. Nightbot says weather for Paulina. Conditions are fair with a temperature of 79F, 26C. The wind is blowing from the Ian at 5 miles per hour, 8 km per hour, and the current humidity is 41%.
Sounds like Paulina's a little hot underneath the...
Matt P 2026 says weather 35,756. Nightbot says weather for Madison. Conditions are sunny with a temperature of 77F, 25C. The wind is blowing from the SSW at 7 miles per hour, 11 km per hour, and the current humidity is 30%.
Sounds like Paulina's a little hot with that temperature.
Matt P 2026 says if you're on an Android, there is an update today.
Oh yeah.
Reaper 004 says weather 85,001. Nightbot says weather for Phoenix. Conditions are sunny with a temperature of 94F, 34C. The wind is blowing from the W at 3 miles per hour, 5 km per hour, and the current humidity is 8%. Heavy Racing Queen says I am doing King's computer work. Ashley Kelly says weather TS 274 PM. Nightbot says weather for Heartbeat Pool. Conditions are fair with a temperature of 44F, 7C. The wind is blowing from the SSW at 7 miles per hour, 11 km per hour, and the current humidity is 91%. Mr. 26 PT2 says funny thing is I have no cake where these zip codes are, I just make them up and see where it lands.
Isn't it something? I know there's a zip code that's got like 500 or 720 or something. It's down in Texas.
Stupid autotype.
It's down in Texas. There's a zip code because at one point in time, like you go to a store and they ask, well, what's your zip code? So at that time, I gave them the Texas zip code, and they just like looked at me funny. I'm like, hey, you asked for a zip code. So I gave you a zip code.
00350.
Send a flyer all the way down to Texas. Yeah, we got special deals down there.
Weather 00350. Nightbot says weather for Helsinki. Conditions are fair with a temperature of 50F, 10C. The wind is blowing from the WSW at 9 miles per hour, 14 km per hour, and the current humidity is 90%.
Helsinki would be Finland area.
Reaper 04 says crazy high humidities. Holy crap.
Yeah. And here we're at like 73 degrees. That sucks.
Queen says weather London, Ontario. Nightbot says weather for London. Conditions are partly cloudy with a temperature of 69F, 21C. The wind is blowing from the S at 8 miles per hour, 13 km per hour, and the current humidity is 43%. Matt P 2026 says weather 88,901. Nightbot says weather for Ararampa. Conditions are partly cloudy with a temperature of 76F, 24C. The wind is blowing from the SSE at 3 miles per hour, 5 km per hour, and the current humidity is 79%. says weather 70,769. Nightbot says weather for Prairieville. Conditions are sunny with a temperature of 82 F, 28 C. The wind is blowing from the SE at 3 miles per hour, 5 kilometer per hour, and the current humidity is 35%. Reaper004 says, hey man, safe travels.
Thanks,
I'm
Reaper.
going to hop out of here, though you'll keep this man entertained.
Copy that,
Frosty
Reaper.
says, breaking news from Interstate Travel Cruise chat. The cruise fueling up on Pepsi Blood and digital camaraderie. Salmon dinners and fish and chips are on the menu, while the roads of ATS dazzle with new graphics. Weather updates are flying in, and there's a hiring spree after a mass firing. Everyone's getting promoted. Stay tuned for more laughs and trucking tales. Hashtag trucking life, hashtag chat summary.
Everybody's getting a raise. You know, I have to do this to Heavy Racing Queen. Okay, would you like to have a spot of tea? Just because of the fact that she's in London, Ontario.
Heavy Racing Queen says lol. Nightbot says 3,576 of lol have been counted to date. Heavy Racing Queen. Mr. 26 PT2 says Oprah says you get promoted, 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 you get promoted. Everybody gets promoted. Heavy Racing Queen says only Gary.
I'm definitely going to use it towards my advantage.
Says, I built up a 71 Hemi Cuda yesterday on Car Mechanic Sim, and I upgraded all the high-performance parts, and it now has 863 horsepower, but I need to change the street tires on the rear, as I am getting a lot of tire spin.
What you want to do, actually in IRL life, you want to find a higher compounded tire. That'll take care of a good majority of the spinning, and you'll get the tires that actually dig better. Hypothetically. Or you want to add a wider tire. Definitely a wider tire.
Drag slicks.
Well, yeah, you can do drag slicks.
Says, I have a question for you, sir. When the snow hit, do you put change on the tires?
Chains on the tires? No, I do not. Now, if I was probably in a state that required them, then I'd have to have them on board, and then I'd probably have to.
Lynn says no, he puts change in his pocket.
Yeah, that's true. The way this economy is, I don't even have change in my pocket.
Racing Queen says Western Canada, we chain up in the winter.
yeah, I can absolutely see that. The western states of the United States, they do too as well. I think anything past Wyoming, Montana, they do that all the way straight down. Colorado, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, all those far western states.
Matt P 2026 says, just asking.
Yeah, it does happen. Some trucks around here, not a lot of them, will have what they call auto chains. And it's chains that hang underneath the truck, and all you do is flip a switch.
Mr. 26, PT2 says your change went to either the Ukraine or the illegal immigrants.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. But the auto chains, all you do is flip a switch, and then you got like a brake chamber that pushes air to the piston, and then it pushes the arm underneath the tire, and then the wheel kind of rubs on the side of the wheel and puts the chains underneath the tread of the tire. And all you do is to disengage it, is disconnect the air off of it or shut the switch off, and the air will come out of the brake chamber, and then it'll basically, a spring will push it back, and then it'll go back up underneath the truck. I do know there's like one truck in our yard that's got auto chains on his truck. Does he run them during the winter months? Yeah, he has ran them during New York and some of those states. But I mean, the yearly maintenance can be costly on them because you got to replace bearings, the chains that they're missing. So yeah, they can be costly as well, though, compared to putting on the chains. But you majorly break a chain because of not being fastened down properly, you'll break something else on the truck. You'll blow the tire, you'll break the air chamber, or the airbag, I should say, and whatever else it might wrap itself around. So either way, either tire chains or auto chains, they're still expensive, no matter how you look at it.
I'm chugging chocolate milk right now. Outlaw Cowboy says, I do have a question for you, ITC.
Okay, Outlaw, what is the question? I'll answer it if I possibly can.
Matt P 2026 says, how many hours left on the clock for today?
4 hours, 29 minutes. We only need 3 hours and 33 minutes. So we'll get back to the yard for sure today. No problemo. Unless there's something else we don't know about happening tonight. On the way home. Speaking of that, I gotta put diesel fuel in my pickup truck before I go home. Otherwise, we'll be running out of diesel fuel.
Outlaw Cowboy says on your drives, is it just one axle that gets power from the drive shaft? Foxy says, so if you can get 55, Chaplain Jethro 55 is rating in for streaming the message. Snowbot says be sure to follow or subscribe to Chaplain Jethro 55 at URL. Official says
Rate
don't
Chaplain
follow
Jethro 55 rated your channel with 6 viewers. Awesome and thanks Chaplain Jethro 55.
Rated your channel with 6 viewers.
Shout out to these
Frosty
fellas.
says hang tight. Your shout outs are until then for 6 months. WZ.Chaplain Jethro 55 221. Rate the channel with 6 viewers. Let's get ready to raid Chaplain Jethro 55 stream. Give me a
Shout
moment
out to
craft the
Chaplain
Twitter
Jethro
raid message.
55.
Get ready to copy the message. Sound alert says shout out to Chaplain Jethro 55. Mr. 26 PT2 says oh good more time for me to rack some more miles up. Frosty says truck the faith, oh my dog we've parked our big Rappelin Jethro 55 spiritual truck stop. Begwan ready for some roadside and holy horsepower. Cool story Bob. Lynn says welcoming raiders. Wolf Warrior 24 says raid. Nightbot yells raid alarm, alert, alert, raid alarm, alert, alert, raid alarm, alert, alert. Matt P 2026 says let's go.
So to answer your question, Cowboy, on twin axle trucks.
Outlaw Cowboy says there's that slacker at Wolf Warrior 24 lol.
What's up, Wolf Warrior? So to answer your question there, Cowboy, there are some trucks that have twin axles. I'll do from the simplest to the hardest. So some trucks can have a twin axle back or
Wolf
mainly.
Warrior 24 says I can't believe what I am reading.
You're reading it. But to get back to Cowboy's question about the trucks with the drives. So you can buy a truck with only one drive axle, and then the rear axle can be a lift axle.
At Interstate Travel Crew, just harvesting all my fields in FS22. How are you?
We're good, Wolf. We're good. Good to see you.
Matt P 2026 says at Wolf Warrior 24 I am follow you.
So with the truck, you can have one axle that could be a lift axle.
Outlaw Cowboy says okay cool beans.
And you can have a drive on the last axle or vice versa. And
Wolf
then
Warrior 24 says that's good and good to see you as well.
copy that. And so like this truck is a dual drive
At Matt
axle.
P 2026, thank you.
So this truck here, Cowboy, is a twin axle with a twin drive. So there's actually what they call a power divider, which Grills took out of his truck today. His power divider just basically blew up, you might as well say. And so what the power divider does is if I need power to the rear axle to lock the axles because of like, let's say, snow, ice, or whatever that may be for the case, I can lock that axle in, but it does drive. It's on a limited slip axle on the rear, so when it needs the power, it'll divert the power to whatever axle or whatever wheel. But if I lock the power divider up, it'll lock up both axles, and I should be able to get out of where I am. But there are trucks that have maybe a lift axle and then a drive shaft that goes to the rear axle, or it's that drive is on the front axle and then you gotta just lift the back. Holy moly!
Snowbot says be sure to follow or subscribe to J-Rock Nation at URL www.jrocknation 897. Rate the channel with 8 viewers. He says, so J-Rock Nation. J-Rock Nation is rating in from streaming American Truck Simulator. Quatrix Official
Rate
says,
J_Rock Nation rated your channel with 8 viewers. Awesome and thanks J_Rock
For 2
Nation.
minutes. Sound alert says J-Rock Nation rated your channel with 8 viewers. Shout out to J-Rock Nation. J-Rock Nation says, howdy. Wolf Warrior 24 says at Matt P 2026 played you as well. Wolf Warrior 24 says follow. Lynn says welcoming raiders.
Shout out
Mr.
to
26
J_Rock
says,
Nation.
cheer one, cheer one, cheer one, cheer one.
Never back down, never what?
Yells at Emma 26 PT2. Thank you for the 4 bits. WZ says Mr. 26 PT2 has just given 4 bits. 6 United
Cheer
States
one,
cents.
cheer one,
Sound
cheer
alert
one,
says Mr.
cheer one.
26 PT2 cheered 4
Mr.
bits.
26
Thank
PT2
you
cheered
for
4
the
bits.
4 bits, Mr. 26. J-Rock Nation, thank you very much for that raid. We appreciate it. How are you doing today? How was your stream? Welcome in all raiders that came in with that. Welcome to the IRL part of trucking. We do very live trucking.
J-Rock Nation says red great things.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear. We'll raid you back. I got a follow on you, so when I see a lot probably, I don't know when we're going to stream
Mr.
tomorrow.
26 PT2 says love from Gary's truck. It's a Interstate Travel Crew live.
That's
J-Rock
right.
Nation says for supper. Yummy.
Oh, yeah. Get a little protein in there. Gotta have that little extra protein on the day. But yeah, we definitely stream Sunday through Thursday, sometimes till Friday, depending upon holidays and everything else or whatever else. Thanksgiving weekend, I should say, we will be taking off the whole entire week. We are going down to Arkansas, and so that week before we'll probably be done like on a Thursday, maybe a Wednesday, I don't know yet. And that'll be our last day for the week in a couple days. And we'll be back definitely that week after Thanksgiving week sometime. And then we'll work all the way up till Christmas, near Christmas, and then probably take another week off. There's not many holidays that I take off, or can I enjoy, I should say. Our only one that we really get to take off is during July. We go up camping for the whole entire week. So that's about the only time during the summer that I really actually get any time off. Other than that, during like Thanksgiving, Christmas, I'm pretty much working on the house or in the garage because normally we have that blasphemy 4-letter word down on the ground, and I don't like to go outside if I don't have to. But I don't mind plowing it. That's the least part of it. But definitely welcome in, everybody.
Yeah, we hate that science.
Oh yeah. So you speak of that, J-Rock. What state are you in? Because I'm gonna know whether or not you.
The stuff no one wants.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll be surprised if you're like a real close state to us.
I'm from Michigan.
Oh man, I used to go there a lot, J-Rock. I used to go there a lot.
Wolf Warrior 24 says a Outlaw Cowboy waking you up at 5 a.m. for work. Lol.
You're gonna wake them up at 5
Darren
o'clock?
61 says I hate that stuff too.
Yeah, I get it, Darren. Trust me, sometimes I've gotten up 3 times a night to go plow. And I don't make no money off the plowing. It's free of charge for the people that I do it for.
Outlaw Cowboy says Bees Wolf.
Oh, he's
Mr.
calling
26
BS.
PT2 asks at J-Rock Nation, are you a Michigan fan? Darren 61 says I'm watching from Minnesota.
That's right, Darren's watching from Minnesota. Oh yeah, you betcha there, eh? Don't you know?
Wolf Warrior 24 says a Outlaw Cowboy. Lol.
That would be funny if all of a sudden he calls Cowboy at 5 o'clock in the morning. Hey buddy, you ready to go to work? The fields need to be done.
J-Rock Nation says, are you Canadian?
No, we're nowhere near
Wolf
Canadian.
Warrior 24 says LMAO. Nightbot said,
We're nowhere near Canadian. We've been born and raised in Wisconsin, so you're definitely a state neighbor.
Outlaw Cowboy says corn Husker State here. Nightbot
Copy
slobs
that.
on Husker sweet corn cob 27 cobs have been stolen and slopped on by Nightbot. Wolf Warrior 24 says wakey wakey eggs and bakey. J-Rock Nation says that sounded pretty good, awesome.
Well, we
Darren 61
practice.
says hello at Wolf Warrior 24. Nightbot,
always
hello
practiced.
Wolf Warrior 24, how are you doing? Good to see you today.
You'd be surprised of how much you can really practice on doing an accent. But no, I've been born and raised in
Lynn says Outlaw
Wisconsin.
here too.
Born and raised in Wisconsin. But I can definitely imitate a lot of them.
Heavy Racing Queen says he does it to bug us Canadians at J-Rock Nation.
Oh,
Wolf
come on,
Warrior
Kate, there
24 says
ain't.
at Darren 61, I am excellent. How are you?
I'm not that bad there, eh, Kate, am I? Eh?
J-Rock Nation asks so, do you mind when people call you a cheesehead?
No, not really. I mean, I don't watch football.
Heavy Racing Queen says lol. Nightbot says 3,577 of lol have been counted to date. Heavy Racing Queen.
I don't-
Darren 61 says I'm okay at Wolf Warrior 24. My allergies are going crazy.
So for me, I don't watch any sports. But I mean, yeah, I get called a cheesehead. I
J-Rock
don't
Nation
care.
says lol. Nightbot says 3,578 of lol have been counted to date. J-Rock Nation.
I mean-
Chaplain Jeffro 55 says wake you old cowboy and have some biddles. Yeehaw.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, I live in a state that produces cheese and makes cheese. So I mean, it's kind of an honor because I get all the.
Warrior 24 says that Darren 61. That's good that you're okay, and I hope you'll be better soon. And mine are acting up as well. Heather Racing Queen says the thing is I do not speak that way. Meetings Advocatus asks what do you like to do in your free time?
Work on things that I can't get accomplished during the week when I'm on the road. Small engines, working up north on our campsite, cutting wood, mechanicry, working on our 1923 Ford Model T. My list is pretty long. Doing plumbing, doing electrical. I pretty much can do everything. But I mean, it's like trying to shove everything that I can't get done during the week on 3 or 4 days while at home. Or remodel a house too on top of that.
J-Rock Nation says a heavy racing queen. I thought all Canadians spoke with a funny accent.
Hey, you betcha there. Oh yeah, we do. You betcha. You just gotta watch for that Pepsi guy.
Mr. 26 PT2 says Maine is known for lobster rolls and whoopie pies.
Yeah.
J-Rock Nation says lol. Nightbot says 3,579 of lol have been counted to date. J-Rock Nation.
But you gotta really, you know, it's like when you get that phone call and they call about your extended insurance. It's like, oh, hello, how are you doing today? I am Apu. I am here to accept to see if you want to extend your auto
J-Rock
insurance.
Nation says I love that lol count.
I've done it for years.
Heavy Racing Queen says no, we do not at J-Rock Nation.
You just don't hear. I'm making it worse for it. Oh yeah, there can you do. Yeah, you betcha.
Nightbot says want to be more part of the interstate travel crew? Get updates when we go live, added games and much more. Open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Here is the Discord link, so click here on the link and thanks in advance. URL. J-Rock Nation says a heavy racing queen. Nightbot says use check-in code. Example, check-in W127TP. You don't have to recheck until we reset the globe. Mr. 26 PT2 says no more call center for me. I rarely get the Indian callers anymore.
Oh geez, there. That's not good there, you know. Boy, this guy's passing me up. Man alive, he's gotta be doing 71, 72. We've delivered to this place already that took a load for us. But like I said, it depends upon all the region you're in. Welcome back from the buffer, everybody. Welcome back from the buffers. Like this along this route, like right here.
Getting me some tacos.
Oh man, getting tacos. I could go for a taco right about now. Definitely. For a lot of you that are here, if we end up buffering and if it seems like a bad buffer or it says network error or something on your
On Two
side,
Wheels says, seriously thinking of quitting my 9 to 5. and driving for a living until I retire.
Yeah, you can do that. You'll have to tell me what state you're in on two wheels. But if we ever get a hard buffer and it says a network error,
Darren61 says I had homemade tacos.
homemade.
Heavy Racing Queen says we had tacos recently.
Didn't you have tacos yesterday, Queen? But anyways, if we have a hard buffer and it says a network error or something on your screen, just refresh. Because chances are we just gone through a hard buffer and we got 90 seconds to have our stream back up. So just for somebody that's in here to let you know. 90 seconds. But man, I could use a good taco right about now.
Mr. 26 PT2 says Taco Tuesday.
Yeah. Yep.
Heavy Racing Queen says we had tacos yesterday.
That's what I thought you had tacos yesterday. Tacos yesterday.
J-Rock Nation says I mixed some Ortega taco mix with manwich to 1/2 pound of ground beef.
Oh, nice.
Outlaw Cowboy says I just had some chicken with rice.
Oh, that sounds good.
Luden's Advocatus says a Outlaw Cowboy stop teasing. Wolf Warrior 24 says you bring enough for the group.
I think we're going to have to change over to a food stream.
Outlaw Cowboy says no wolf. Wolf Warrior 24 says amen. Now we're gonna starve.
Right? We are all going to starve because Cowboy does not want to share. That means I got to eat a canned food in the truck. That ain't good. I need homemade.
PT2 says because everybody mentioned tacos. Yo quiero Taco Bell. Chaplain Jeffrey 55 says what not sharing, oh no say it ain't so. Wolf Warrior 24 says I will just have to eat my soybeans. Darren 61 says at Wolf Warrior 24 I'll share some tacos.
There you go. Darren's willing to share. Tonight's episode, we're having taco discussion. How you prepare, how you make, what you like for toppings, and what
Wolf
cheese.
Warrior 24 says at Darren 61, thank you.
What cheese you gonna get? Are you gonna get the Sargento? You gonna get this brand cheese? You gonna get the Walmart brand cheese? We definitely recommend Sargento. Came from Wisconsin there, eh?
Mr. 26 PT2 says I could actually make tacos if I wanted to, but I'm actually pretty full. I just had my dinner. Salmon was on the menu.
Oh yeah, that's right. Mr. 26 had the salmon tonight. left and right. Food. Tacos? Oh yeah, tacos, yeah. Woof.
Lol just do fit say TREATS.
That's
Nightbot
right.
says 3,580 of lol have been counted to date. Mr. 26 PT2.
You know, I might just have to get him going for that one. See if he perks up.
King of Big Rig Hauling says, hey there Gary, what's up?
What's up,
Nightbot says,
Karen?
do yourself King of Big Rig Hauling. You don't want alfalfa hay, straw, wheat, or oats. I eat it every day and I love IT. Nom nom, I feel excelling.
Frank, if you're talking about Minneapolis, yeah, we did. We're back in Wisconsin.
Mr. 26 PT2 says, I always 7 out the lols.
Yeah,
Happy
he-
Racing Queen says, he is being bad at King of Big Rig Hauling. King of Big Rig Hauling says, I'm doing good. How about yourself, Gary?
Oh, we're doing good there, eh?
Lynn says, so at King of Big Rig Hauling. Nightbot says, be sure to follow or subscribe to King of Big Rig Hauling at URL. Patrick Official says, go follow at King of Big Rig Hauling's channel to URL. Mr. 26 PT2 says, OMG, I can't talk tonight. Nightbot asks, Jesus Roxanne says, you rang Mr. 26 PT2 if I'm out, okay?
Doing good there, Ken. How are you doing?
King of Big Rig Hauling says, thanks Lynn for the shout out. How are you doing, Lynn?
We're doing good. We're doing good, kid.
Outlaw Cowboy says, howdy at King of Big Rig Hauling. Lynn says, you're very welcome. I'm good, thanks, and you? King of Big Rig Hauling says, hey there, a Outlaw Cowboy. Chaplain Jethro 55 says, oh well, looks like Hawaiian pizza for me. King of Big Rig Hauling says, I am doing good, Lynn. Meetings Advocatus says, I know a real. Mr. 26 PT2 says, Gary says, yuck. But we know secretly he loves him some pineapple.
Yeah, maybe fresh off the cord, but not on pizza.
King of Big Rig Hauling says, party at a Chaplain Jethro 55 house. Heavy Racing Queen says, sounds good at Chaplain Jethro 55.
I don't mind pineapple, but not on pizza. Not on my pizza. Now, if you've ever had pineapple that wasn't in a can, that you actually had to cut off the outside.
Meetings Advocatus says, I know a restaurant in Italy that charges 100 euros for a Hawaiian pizza because it considers this topping as an insult. Crazy. G-Fox says, a Meetings Advocatus 100 euros to 10,333.
Prime Firestone Rocks Drums followed your channel.
Bot new follow S. Heart Firestone Rocks Drums Heart Welcome 3,967 followers plus 16. Sound Alerts Yells Firestone Rocks Drums followed your channel. Mr. 26 PT2 says clip. Botrix Official says at MR26 PT2 URL.
I like that place already that charges 100 euros for putting pineapple on pizza because they figure it is an insult.
Lynn says welcome Firestone.
I like that place. I'd charge them 150 euros. You want pineapple on pizza? You pay for it. That's an insult to Italy pizza. Boy, that tire got blown out really good. I really don't know which light is blowing out. It's just telling me low beam bulb fault. I know I got definitely a bulb that's blowing out, but I don't think I got another bulb on board.
Heavy Racing Queen says this is what happens when he drinks Pepsi and Monsters together.
You insult Italian pizza by putting pineapple on Italian pizza. Authentic Italian pizza. No pizza for you.
Chaplain Jethro 55 says I will not eat peanut butter and bolo goodnightus sandwiches. Pineapple is good on baked ham, that's good too.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's always been that way.
Luden's Advocatus says lol. Nightbot says 3,581 of lol have been counted to date. Luden's Advocatus. Mr. 26 PT2 says when you put Pepsi and Monster Bit together, it's a Monstee.
Monstee. There you go. I like that one. Monstee.
Outlaw Cowboy says you pineapple on pizza.
Somebody agrees.
Prime Theocracy followed your channel.
Sound alerts yells Theocracy followed your channel. Theocracy asks, is that the 55?
55?
Heavy Racing Queen says, I am sure if Carmen was with him, she would be shaking her head.
No.
Wolf Warrior 24 says, I hear Outlaw loves Coca-Cola ND pineapple pizza. Blog. Nightbot says 3,582 of LOL have been counted to date. Wolf Warrior 24.
No, this would be Wisconsin 29. I don't know 29.
Outlaw Cowboy says you hush up over there, Wolf lol. Theocracy says, oh okay, that state trooper looked like an ill one. Luden's Advocatus asks, what would you consider the best American food? Wolf Warrior 24 says LMAO. Nightbot said,
What would I consider the best American food? I don't know. I've eaten so much of it. I don't really have a
Wolf Warrior
best.
24 says a Outlaw Cowboy gotta catch me first, lol. Lynn says taters.
But
Nightbot
that
yells
would be
Lynn
a
said
first.
taters. Someone say taters. Whoop whoop. Something Gary loves is his taters. And man, he cooks and love a mean tater.
I don't-
193 times on the tater counter.
I never get enough taters. So if I was gonna say the best American food, taters. There's so much things you can do with taters. Bake, double bake, grill, fire or a campfire grill, tater salad, German tater salad. I think there's even been a European tater salad I've tasted. So anything taters. So that would probably be my best American food. I love my taters. I don't get enough taters. But otherwise, you know, more of what a favorites like I like to eat other than taters. I mean, there's so much. I just can't put a price down on one.
Outlaw Cowboy says, I would say for me would be a big juicy burger and onion rings.
I'll do the juicy burger, but without the onion rings. Very seldomly do I ever eat anything with onion. Very seldom. Now I know a lot of you will say, hey, that adds flavor. Yeah, well, it's not my kind of flavor. I mean, if it's already cooked in there, pre-bought, well, then fine, it's already in there, but I don't do a lot
Chaplain
with it.
Jeffro 55 says, MAGA fries DJT approved.
Yeah, mega fries. Usually, like if I eat out at a fast food restaurant.
Bill Courier 24 says, look, it's Outlaw's white van long.
Usually if I like eat out at like a fast food restaurant, here's my order. 2 large fries and a chocolate shake or a malt. Whatever you make, I don't care. If it's at Hardee's, 2 large fries, a Frisco, and a shake or a malt. No whipped cream. That's normally what I get when I go to a fast food joint. If they've got taters, that's the first thing I grab. 2 large orders of fries and a shake or a malt.
Ludens Advocatus asks, how about some nice southern smoked beef?
I've kind of had some southern smoked beef in my time. It is really good. It is really good. You guys, I give you the biggest applause for southern smoked beef. You guys know how to do it down there. 10-4 on that.
Interstate Travel Crew says, refresh the page on buffers.
Lynn, can you pin that up, that last message I did, please?
Lynn says, you very welcome.
Well, with it definitely getting darker, we're going to have to probably go and get ourselves a light bulb. Really don't want to stop if I don't have to. But I sure as heck don't want to deal with law enforcement tonight saying, hey, you know you got a burnt out bulb? Yeah. Just before you pulled me over, that's when it went out. truck, so I don't know where I have any more bulbs I drew.
Yells, can you guess the area of Pennsylvania to the nearest 10,000 square miles? Find out when the ads end in about 2 minutes. State, Pennsylvania, spans approximately 44,820 square miles.
44,820 miles of square miles in Pennsylvania. It's a big state, though. It is definitely a big state.
Queen says I just crawled under the blankets in bed before I turn into a pumpkin on the couch.
Well, you better give the Queen Boss her trophy before you pass out. Just Queen Boss. I thought they were heating you up to be a pumpkin pie. will deliver that load.
I have to be up for 7 a.m. We have a busy morning.
Copy that. So when we deliver our La Crosse load, right here where 53 goes through, this is where we'll be coming out of from Arcadia. Now, maybe we'll come back this way, maybe we won't. We'll probably maybe try going 10 across, US 10 all the way across the state. But otherwise, this would be the way that we would probably travel back to Green Bay.
I am hot.
That's what King said. But normally we'd come out of Arcadia and then come off of 53 and then head this all the way back to Green Bay. But we might just take US 10 going across. So I don't know what tomorrow going across US 10 is going to bring for internet service, but we'll try it. We'll try it. Travel out west much? We've been doing as far as Fargo, Big Hill. Fargo. So we definitely went from the east to a little bit more of the west. And we're just trying it out to see if it's going to benefit us, pay us a little bit better, but I'll know more within like another week if it pays to come out here, because I mean we do a lot of sitting. We do more sitting than average.
I am sure he will agree with you.
I might have to say those 3 magic words.
Great stream as always.
Thank you, not Ben. How you doing? How was your weekend? How was your day, good Ben? Well, unfortunately, we haven't hit the buffers yet. Sooner or later, we're going to start hitting buffers. I'll be surprised if we don't.
Zeus Plays 2020 says yo. Nightbot yells yo. Zeus Plays 2020 yo yourself. What's up, Zeus Plays 2020?
What's up,
Not
Zeus?
asks, I'm great, how are you?
We're doing all right. We're doing all right. Gonna be getting back to the yard tonight. That's kind of a good thing. Sit at home and work on something at home tomorrow. Until that bucket challenge. Why? How long? You coming close to a goal or something? I know Chaplin did it this year.
Heavy Racing Queen says no thermostat up here.
Well, then open up a window.
We have the front bedroom window open.
Copy that.
Prime Cheeseburger to go underscore followed your channel.
Cheeseburger to go followed your channel. Heavy Racing Queen says I will do my ice bucket challenge next year.
Welcome in, Cheeseburger to go. Love the name. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well tonight. How was your day?
Lynn says welcome Cheeseburger.
Oh, there goes a set of tires. 8 brand new tires.
Heavy Racing Queen says good night, I am heading to become a pumpkin.
Copy that, Queen. Have a good night. Catch you next time.
Lynn says night queen. Heavy Racing Queen Jilly says, hello, lovelies. How are we today?
Miss
Nightbot, hello,
Jilly.
lovelies. How are you doing? Good to see you today.
What's been going on, Miss Jilly? Been a while since we last talked to you. How was your weekend? How was your day been?
Miss Jilly says, I have had a horrendous 8 days. I need to chill, looking through your glass.
Ah, there you go. Well, you came to the right place.
Can't stay too long. Need to study for my Z endorsement practical test tomorrow.
Oh, well, congratulations on that. Hope it goes well for you. Hoping it goes well for you.
Outlaw Vader says, I got to go, Gary. You have a good night.
Thanks again, Outlaw Vader, for the gift sub, as always. You have yourself a great night and a great day at work for tomorrow, and stay safe. We'll see you next time. Have a great night.
Miss Julie says, Ministry of Transportation testing up here. Very specific about what you need to say to the examiner. Lynn says,
Really?
Night, Outlaw Vader.
How to be specific towards the examiner? If you don't mind me asking, Miss Jilly, what state?
Miss Jilly says, Ontario, Canada. We have the melt program up here.
Okay. Yeah, I would not be any help to you for up there. None whatsoever. But good luck. I wish you the best of luck.
Only 3 provinces have this. The rest will eventually get around to implementing it.
Copy that. Well, if you pass it, make sure you keep us updated, Miss Jilly. Definitely keep us updated. And when you got your CDL, so that we can congratulate you into for everything.
There are 10 specific tests I have to demonstrate for the examiner.
Copy that.
It's mandatory to pass, Lols.
Oh, I bet. I bet. That is probably something you definitely got to work towards.
Can't be taught to drive the tractor till I pass this test.
Right. The only other thing I can give you for helpful advice, Miss Jilly, is when you do get in a truck, don't tense up. Just relax. Just relax. Don't let the truck be intimidating to you. Be intimidated to the truck. So, take it like driving your car or a pickup truck or whatever else for that matter. Don't be scared of it. Some things you'll have to get used to, like pushing on the brakes, and they're not like car brakes. They're air brakes. So you just keep that in mind.
Doing really well with the course so far though. Most tests got 100%. One I got 90% and today got a 89%. Pass is 80, so I'm doing well.
That's good. That's good. Good to hear.
Yeah, it's the air brakes practical test I have to pass tomorrow.
Copy that. I can't remember the delay. I think it's like up to 4, 5, 6 second delay, I think. I don't know what it would be in Canada, but I know there's an air delay from the pedal to the
We
brake.
call it a Z endorsement up here for air brakes.
Oh, okay. All right. Just here for us, I mean, it's Class A with air brakes. That's about it, but no way, Menards.
Full tractor trailer license in Ontario is called A2Z, but some provinces call it Class 1 same as you. Wish it was standardized across the industry.
Yeah, yeah. Especially if it's coming from like Mexico, US, into Canada. It should be just like straight A, B, and C. That's what it should be. And then of course your endorsements with T for tanker. If you got a motorcycle, M for your motorcycle, D for your driver's license. H for your hazmat.
Yes, I agree.
But somebody thought, no, that would not be a good idea.
G is car license up here.
G is for a car license. G, no, GTE. Anybody remembers that commercial? Years ago?
C is bus coach. D is straight truck. Is willy-nilly emo.
Oh, man. D is for straight truck, when D should be your driver's license. That's messed up.
Class 1 makes far more sense.
Yeah, right. Class 1, Class 2, Class 3. I mean, even if you did it that way, that would be more like Class A would be truck and trailer combination. Class B or Class 2 would be a straight truck. Class 3 would be like a pickup, little box truck or a car.
I'm insisting at the school that I do it all on manual transmission.
That's good. That's good.
So, need to learn double clutch.
During double clutching might be a little bit of a chore, but you'll get it. The hard problem is getting away from it after you do it. And how to, because I mean, a lot of drivers don't double clutch out here. At least when it came to the older trucks, it was float the gears and that was it. I mean, I could easily float the gears in my truck easily because I've done it for years and I know how to do it. You just gotta listen to the timing of the engine and basically shift with the engine noise. Like right now, I mean, this shifts automatically and it sucks in a way, but that's what I gotta do. So like if I ever got back into the other truck, I mean, I'd have to relearn how to do it myself, just with listening to the engine.
Yes, I hope that they keep me in the same truck to pick up on how it sounds.
You probably might, but I would just make sure you stay focused on it, and that you always stay with that truck.
Not going to wear boots though. Think think I'll put shoes on so I can feel it better.
Yeah, but it really don't matter. It's mainly the sound. Can you probably feel it in the vibration of the pedal? It depends upon the truck. If you've got a real older truck where the pedal was actually a rod going through the floor, then yeah, you would feel it definitely that way. But most of the pedals nowadays are electronic. But you might be able to feel it through your shoes on with your feet on the floor.
I think the oldest manuals they have is 6 years.
Wow. It's kind of an old truck, but not really.
The automatics, the oldest is 3.
Yeah, that would be about sounding right.
They have 8 and 10 speeds, number 18.
No 18s, not even a 13 speed? Man, so you've got you don't have an H pattern, would be a 13. That would be a 5, well, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that would be, yeah, you would have to bring your one gear all the way over towards you, down. I think your one gear up is reverse, yeah. So if you bring the shift down, that should be your first gear. Up should be your reverse gear.
I'm just thankful I'm going to the best school in the province. A lot of fly-by-night truck schools in Toronto.
Yeah.
It was on Marketplace last week. Investigative report.
Oh, really? Well, that's good that you're going to the best school there. That's really good. And make sure when you do go to school, ask endless amount of questions. They might think of you as like trying to be like a brainy, but you need to kind of ask. Don't depend on them and giving you all the information. Some of that you might learn from the company you go and get hired from. But always ask questions.
Senator as well as 1993 Martha Miata followed your channel. WZBot new follow S.
Prime 1993 _ Mazda _ Miata followed your channel.
70 followers plus 19.
What's up, Mazda? Thank you for the follow. How's your evening been? Or wherever you may be around the world? Day, night, afternoon? How's your day?
1993 Mazda Miata asks, how much distance do you have left? Miss Jilly says my buddy was telling me that when he did his air brakes, more than half the class wasn't even done in English. The instructor was catering to East Indian students. 1993 Mazda Miata says pretty good.
We got 158 miles left. Glad to hear you're doing pretty good. Definitely thanks again for that follow.
Miss Jilly says it's illegal to teach in Canada if it's not in English or French.
Right.
In the investigative report on Marketplace 2, and bribes given to examiners to pass the full test, etc.
Oh, wow. And actually for that, those people should
I'm sure you've seen Challenger motor freight trucks in your travels. I'm going to their in-house scope.
Oh, Challenger? Not really.
in Detroit too.
Oh, really? Okay. I'll definitely keep an eye out for them. But hopefully everything goes well with you. And like I said, when you get your
I'll post their
CDL,
logo in your Discord.
That
I
sounds
bet you'll
great.
Rico goodnightize it.
okay. But yeah, even if it's in our
That's okay to post.
yeah, it's okay to post. You can post it in there. I mean, Discord's for you guys.
Don't want to cross a line.
No, you guys are good. The Discord's mainly for you guys. Chat away in there. I just pop in, and put my symbol in there. So if you ever see the Interstate Travel Crew symbol in there, chances are I've seen your post. So yeah, post away. I mean, it's mainly the Discord's for you, and we drop in there from time to time. But if you ever see the Interstate Travel Crew symbol in there, chances are I see it. Sometimes I'll respond to it or whatever else. But yeah, definitely the Discord is for you guys. We just kind of make it so that you can post wherever, anything that's in there. Whether it's your food, your pets, or a truck that you see, or ATS pics, farm pics. I mean, it's all there for you guys. I try to give you guys the best Discord we can, just like our streams. Always make sure you got the best quality stream. And I do the same for our Discord. Recently added where the clips are actually in the Discord. So if you missed the clips, you can definitely check them out in the Discord now. We finally got that to actually work the way it should supposed to work.
That's a great feature, having the clips post in the Discord.
Yep, it is. And I mean, we've got games in there. If you hit the / in games, I mean, under the games category, I mean, we've got games in there. If you're trying to waste some time, we've got games in there. And everything else. So I mean, I always try to set the Discord up so that when you guys are in there and you're waiting on a place for maybe like, I don't know, whatever it could be, to burn some time up, you can.
Sky is looking pretty tonight.
Oh yeah. I mean, we got a little bit of clouds in there. Other than the few bugs that we got on the windshield here. It's like, good Lord. They're bad. And I cleaned it earlier today before we started. And man, it's like they got on here that quick. All this warm weather brought the bugs back out. dim in the stream camera tonight. Now we probably threw the high beams on, and we'll probably be blaring out everybody else that's oncoming, but trying to get home and then replace the bulb there. Probably better off buying a light bulb on the road than at home because of the markup at the shop.
says, wow, it's quiet.
Oh yeah, it's quiet. Everything okay with Kylie Farmer Piers?
Mr. 26 PT2 says, wow, I left the stream for 10.
For 10? You mean like 10 minutes? It's been longer than 10 minutes, Mr. 26.
forgetting to ask you. What truck GPS do you use?
We use the, I gotta think of it now. The Garmin truck GPS. It's gotta be a truck route GPS. And right now, they're very expensive.
I've had Garmin or Rand McNally recommended by the school as the two major ones.
Rand McNally's not bad, but I don't really like the functionality of the Rand McNally. Well, pretty much like any other travel plaza, I guess. Food mainly. Oh, well, if you're at a travel plaza, that explains it. But getting back to you, Miss Jilly, I would definitely go with the Garmin. They're usually much better than the Rand McNally. You don't need to use the logbook stuff on there if you've got an ELD in your truck. You don't need that. I don't even use it on any of the ones that I have. Mainly the reason why I use them is just to see time. What time am I going to get there? I know my routes pretty well. I know how to get there pretty well. It's mainly recording time and what's ahead. So like we had a GPS that kind of went down on us earlier a few months ago, and it had every place that I ever had stored, all the truck stops, all the rest stops, if there were rest stops or ones that were hidden rest stops. That was all on that GPS, and it would tell me up ahead basically how far, you know, like the truck stop was or the rest stop was, and I kind of missed that GPS. But definitely Garmin is what the best one that I would suggest. You're going to be asking for like high prices every time. What's up, Daniel? How you doing?
Grower asks at Miss Jilly, how are you holding up?
kind of driving all day, Daniel? We had to deliver in Fargo, which we were there already, but we were just like about a minute or two away from our delivery point. We delivered, and then basically drove to Long Prairie, pick up our load. Just before we got there, they called and said the load was ready, so he's like, all right, let's get going. So now we're heading back to Green Bay with it. That's where it's got to be delivered to, Green Bay, Wisconsin. Roughly about 2 hours and 4 minutes left. We've got 2 hours and 59 on our clock, so we'll be good. We'll be good. We got that little bit of a leeway time now. Well, we like to try to be moving, Daniel, but sometimes it's not always possible. Last 2 weeks, since we've taken more of the West Coast by our choice, it's been a lot more city. Usually we get like 3 or
Miss Julie says, glad to see you, OMMP. Hop back in my Discord server so we can chat. It's been a pretty dreadful day.
But most times on a Monday, we normally deliver like 3 stops, 4 stops on a Monday. Pick our backhaul up by Monday and have it there by Tuesday, and that's not been the case coming out west. It hasn't been that case at all. It's like do 2 stops in around Minneapolis or St. Paul, deliver, and then travel out either to Yankton, South Dakota, or Fargo, North Dakota, and then deliver, and then wonder what our backhaul's gonna be. So that's where I say it's been a lot of city. I mean, our one stream was like barely 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. And so, I mean, normally we don't ever do streams that long, or that short. They're usually like now, over being like 10
Our interstate travel crew, OMMP and myself, lost one of very best friends in the world today. Been a sad day.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Miss Jilly. Our condolences to you and the families. Definitely to OMMP, definitely our condolences for your loss.
OMMP grower says, yeah, she passed yesterday. She was my best friend.
Oh, sorry to hear that, OMMP. Even like a best friend. Very hard. I know how that feels. I lost a friend of mine that was like a brother to me at a very young age, roughly about 20, 24, 25. He passed away. Very young age. And that's believe it or not, I still haven't really gotten past that, but every so often I think about it, and I still haven't gotten past that. So I know how you feel about your very best friend. It's very hard.
Says it was today at 11:09 a.m. Central Time, official time of death. OMMP grower says Miss Julie was her female best friend, and I was her male best friend.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's really harsh news to be dealing with that today.
Miss Julie says, yep, we were her bookends.
Right. Best friends. I mean, they're like either a brother or like a sister to you.
Nightbot, hello, and how are you doing? Good to see you today. Buttons 320 says hello, and good morning, Evenjin.
What's up, Buttons? Everything go right with Kylie? Farmer Pierce didn't ever respond back. I did get your message. If you want to put it in a whisper, I'll understand.
She's in emergency surgery right now. I haven't talked to my mom in a moment.
Okay. All right. Copy that.
Because we have the granddaughter tonight and the nephew, I called into work tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mark can't keep up with Gracie.
Yeah, I probably can understand that.
Farmer Pierce says, I can too, lol.
I figured that was gonna happen.
Lynn says, Buttons, hello. Buttons 320 asks, where are you at right now? Nightbot says, at Buttons 320 to current stream title. USAIRL trucking number 829, Fargo, North Dakota delivery. Pickup in Long Prairie, MN for Green Bay, Wisconsin. Lynn says, so at Buttons 320. Nightbot says, be sure to follow or subscribe to Buttons 320 at URL. BatrixCCL says, go follow at Buttons 320's channel to URL. Restreambot says, Turbo, DJ Linux, ATS Real Life.
What's up, DJ? How you doing? ATS Real Life, indeed. We are Buttons in the middle of it.
320 says hello, Lynn, and thank you. Nightbot, hello, Lynn, how are you doing? Good to see you today.
We are in the middle of the state of Wisconsin right now, roughly. Up in the northern part a little
Lynn
bit.
says, you very welcome.
So we're heading back to the yard, and we're going to be heading home for the night. I doubt if that load is going to be ready for La Crosse, which is southwest of Wisconsin. But we're coming across Wisconsin.
I get the followers. WZBot new follow us. Heart Shorty's Gaming Heart.
Ryan Shorty's Gaming followed your channel.
70 followers plus 2. Sound alerts yell Shorty's Gaming followed your channel.
Welcome in, Shorty's Gaming. Thank you for the follow. How you doing tonight? And DJ, how are you doing tonight? Good to see you. Oh, man. Are you kidding me? I'm going to turn into Betty White before we get to Wausau. No, I'm just kidding.
Shorty's Gaming says, says, I am doing good, WBU.
We're doing all right. Just trying to get back to the yard. That's mainly it. Trying to get back to the yard. We have enough time to do it, but I usually like to get back to the yard as soon as possible. If I got a chance to go home, I'm going to go home.
Buttons 320 says, at Shorty's Gaming, welcome in.
Yes, Shorty, welcome in. Like I said, thank you for that follow. You'll definitely get to see IRL trucking. And yeah, DJ, this is definitely IRL. You can't get any more better than this. I know ATS, there's a lot of people that play the ATS over there, but this is like the real actual thing, what I gotta deal with on a daily basis.
Shorty's Gaming says, you're welcome. Buttons 320 says, forget that speed limit, SI, good night. It's just a suggestion anyways.
Yeah.
So for it.
Yeah.
Says, welcome, Shorty.
Yeah, it's just a suggestion. I mean, it's 65 right here, and I mean, you got a
Shorty's
5
Gaming says, I used to play ATS.
Oh, what do you do now, Shorty? What do you do now? You still play video games, or are you actually kind of doing what I'm doing? Some people have actually, believe it or not, they've gotten their CDL from this. I know Miss Jilly is working on getting her CDL up in Canada. She stopped in earlier and gave us an update of how her progress is going. Unfortunately, she had a loss of a best friend today, so definitely, Miss Jilly, if you see her in the chat, give her your condolences.
Restreambot says, Turbo, DJ Linux great. Ricky Bobby W says, them American Truck Simulator graphics look insane.
Oh,
Miss
yeah.
Jilly says, yep, still here.
Copy that. So there's Miss Jilly. She lost one of her best friends today. So everybody definitely give her condolences for.
Shorty's Gaming says, Farm Sim, Call of Duty, Fortnite, and a few others.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Yeah, Miss Jilly lost a very good friend around 11 o'clock today. So. I definitely know how she feels when you lose a best friend.
Miss Julie says, hey, don't laugh about American Truck Sim. It really gave me an edge over the other students with my CDL.
Well, I gotta kind of laugh on that.
Restreambot yells, Trovo, DJ Linux at Mo Gamer Squad. Thanks, buddy.
Is Mo Gamer Squad still lurking in the background there, or is he actually playing a video game? Just don't let him buy an expensive trailer on ATS, especially with me in the background. That trailer ended up being like $200-some thousand trailer. I got expensive taste when it comes to that.
Miss Julie says, in truth, I have far more hours into Euro Truck Sim in Escania.
Ah.
Buttons 320 says BRB dinner is done.
Copy that.
Nightbot says, okay Buttons 320 on BRB, you will be missed. But we understand with daily life, you gotta take care of what you have to do. Buttons 320,260 times on the BRB counter. Ricky Bobby W says, I've been playing American Truck Sim for 2 years, and now that I'm 23, I'm definitely saving up for CDL training.
Attaboy. That's the way to do it, Ricky Bobby. That's the way to do it. Save up for that. Because it'll cost you a lot to get into a school. And you gotta find a good reputable school that'll teach you everything that you need to know.
Farmer Pierce says, I gotta make a trailer skin with my channel logo.
Farmer Pierce, what is for supper tonight anyways? I seen Button say dinner was ready, so what's for supper tonight? What am I missing out on?
Miss Jilly says $9,000 up here in Canada for school tuition for CDL.
Wow.
Buttons 320 says tater tots casserole.
Oh man, I listened on tater tot casserole.
Farmer Pierce says tater tot casserole.
Oh man. Now I'm kicking myself not going to Michigan.
be some left over. Stop on it. Restreambot says, Trovo, Mo Gamer Squad gifted a tier 2 sub to DJ Links. Miss Jilly says, okay, now I want tater tots. Thanks guys, lol. Ricky Bobby W says in Florida, it's $3,500 for CDL training. Restreambot says, Trovo, DJ Linux, yes, he's lurking and twerking. Farmer Pierce asks, so are you gonna go as a spud for Halloween with Sprouts?
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Bat a pelican. No, it's not a plane either. Looks like Superman. No, it's the Dark Knight keeping watch in the chat. No, it's Zeroska 1590 flying over our chat.
And thanks, Mo Squad Gaming, for the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. You are awesome. To DJ, definitely thank you for that. That's what we like to see. Definitely being able to gift somebody a sub. Man, I'm even out of monster. This sucks. We might have to pull over to the side of the road. Out of monster. Denied.
Restreambot says, Trovo, Mo Gamer Squad, Mo likes to be lurking and twerking at DJ Linux. Ricky Bobby W says, how many hours have you been driving so far, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, we almost got a full day in. Almost. A lot of our stream has been city. But we've got total 3 hours and 6 minutes left on our clock, but we're racing against our 8-hour clock. So our 8-hour clock has got 2 hours and 42 minutes, but on our overall clock we got 3 hours and 6 minutes. So we've got roughly an hour 47 to get back to the yard with 2 hours and 42 minutes. So we're roughly just, got about an hour leeway, but I want to beat the 8-hour clock. I don't want to have to stop and take a half-hour break somewhere. So we've just been driving ever since we got unloaded. And then, I don't know, we sat like almost 2 hours and 3 minutes today for our unload. Drove to Long Prairie, dropped the trailer. Well, we had to stop in Sauk Century, get a washout. Then we drove to Long Prairie. They called and said the load was ready. And then basically we left from Long Prairie, Minnesota, non-stop driving so far. Went through some traffic in the Twin Cities, and now hopefully we'll get back to the yard roughly by
Restreambot says, Turbo Mo Gamer Squad, it's a tier 2 man.
Oh, my bad. Tier 2. Thank you for the tier 2. Which one of the two is true? Which one do you mean, Daniel? For the clocks? For the 8-hour clock...
Trovo, DJ Linux, good vibes, only best team on Trovo.
Well, thanks for that. I'm glad to be part of that team on Trovo. But the 8-hour clock is the one that I have to more or less worry about. It's not the drive clock. It's mainly my
till
break
says
clock.
Still at it.
Oh yeah, we are, Rusty. We are. We're still at it. We're still hammering it. And I even got a burnt out headlight. Burned out when we were about ready to leave Long Prairie, and I was like, dang it. And I know I don't have a bulb on board. I tried looking a couple days ago. So we're gonna try and
Hammer down.
We're gonna definitely try to get back to the yard and just get a bulb from the shop. We'll probably replace them both while we're there. But hopefully they're still open yet, or otherwise I gotta buy one from a store and put it in. Yes, clocks. My 8-hour clock is the one I gotta mainly worry about. Because when we got the washout, we had a 30-minute in there waiting for the washout and everything else. So that resetted that clock. But when we left Sauk Century to go out to Long Prairie, that clock was ticking. So we dropped the trailer that we washed out, hooked up the one that we were supposed to pull out of there with, and we've just been driving since. Because, I mean, heck, I get a chance to go home, I'm going to take the chance of going home. But we'll be home tonight, and we'll see what happens for the next load. I don't see it being ready until later in the afternoon. But we'll be put on the list, the call list. And once that load is ready to go, we'll leave from home, go back up to Green Bay, get it hooked up, get over to La Crosse, park it for the night.
Restreambot says, Trovo, Mo Gamer Squad, and no problem about the Tier 2 subman, much love at Interstate Travel Crew.
Copy that. And then basically, if we can get into La Crosse and park it for the night, we'll stay there until unload, so we don't have our clock undisturbed. So we'll have a complete fresh clock, and then we got to go up to Arcadia, Wisconsin, pick up there, drop our trailer off. We'll have to wash it out, of course, afterwards, and then run up to Arcadia, grab that load, and go back to Green Bay. That will conclude our week then. But when we're on that western part of the state, which we didn't stream last week, is because it's horrible internet in that area. We buffered so many times it doesn't really pay to stream in that area. But we did it. We did do it. November 3rd, we set clocks back. Copy that, Frank. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to setting clocks back. I really ain't. I mean, I got used to, well, it really don't matter to me, I guess. If they set the clocks back or set them forward, it don't really mess up my time all that much other than my clock time. But for the most part, I mean, it is what it is, but I just deal with it.
Rusty Nail says, you taking truck all the way to the house.
No. We are leaving the semi there because the reason why is if we start our clock...
Bobby W says traffic looks pretty smooth.
Yeah, it is. The traffic is smooth right now. But if we take the semi home, we got to count those minutes.
Miss Jilly says just makes it darker longer in the morning, changing the clocks.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I just wish they would just leave it. Because like the summers, I mean, the sun doesn't normally go down till like, what, almost 9:30 at night. So, yeah, I get a lot done up north. They're just better off leaving it that way. I mean, farmers really don't, there's less farmers now, other than cash farmers, that don't really care about daylight savings time. Now, if it's to kind of get the crops off sooner, yeah, I can see that because the warmer weather that way, but it really don't matter with farmers. They're gonna combine if they want to keep going.
Canada voted, and we want it left the same all the time, but they won't do it because the USA won't do it. Lozel. Nightbot says, Miss Jilly, I'm so Canadian Canada, it has been Canadian in this chat 25 times.
You know, and I know there's some states here in the United States that decided to leave the time the way it is. I think Indiana was one of them. Michigan, I think, was another one. I'm not sure. But for the most part, I mean, there's some states that don't even have a daylight savings time. None of them. Some of them don't.
Miss Jilly says I'll change it to Kanakistan just to mess with the bot. Ha ha ha.
But yeah, Daniel, you're right. We do need more farmers, but a lot of these big farms are doing a lot of acreage.
Ricky Bobby W says, I know for sure if you go too north in Canada, you'll hear people speak French.
Oh yeah, I've heard a lot of people from Canada speak French. There's a place in Michigan that we go to that's what a cross-border dock where we drop off to a lot. A lot of drivers come in here talking to each other in French, and I'm like, okay, I'll stay out of this conversation. I don't know French. Oui, bien sûr. That's the only French I know.
Miss Jilly says Quebec primarily. Parts of New Brunswick, and a little bit of Northern Ontario have the French speakers.
Right.
English is the dominant language across most of the country.
Right.
Nightbot says, please keep the chat in English. Solo Ingles, Aquinas Ingles, Tolko Angliski, Noor English, Anglais Salaman, Fanshin Shi Yongning Lian Luyan, Kabbalah Angregi, Solo Inglese, Egodake, Tilko Angelski, Sirfa Agarezi, Numai Inglesa, Samo Engelski, Bara Engelska, Sadija Ingeliske, Monosta Anglika, Inrajate Sayada Karuna.
Did Amy get any of those right for anybody that are watching us around the world? I think she said a mouthful. Amy, here's a monster.
Ricky Bobby W says, lol, okay, we get it. Nightbot says, 3,583 of lol have been counted to date, Ricky Bobby W.
She's such a braggart. She's got multiple languages. Show off, Amy.
Ricky Bobby W says, I only know 2 languages, Russian and Spanish.
Well, I know some Spanish, but the bad Spanish. Russian? No. I don't know a whole lot of Russian. Can I do an accent of a Russian talking English a little bit? Yeah. I've been working on that for like years. To speak the actual language of Russian, yeah, that happened.
Streambot says Trovo, DJ Linux LMAO.
Yeah, I already heard about that, DJ. I already heard about that.
Ricky Bobby W says, dang, I can see why some drivers prefer the night over the daytime.
Yeah. It's usually much easier.
Restreambot says, Trovo, DJ Linux, Google Translator is great, hahaha.
No, not always, DJ. It's not always. I said something to my wife from a Google DJ Translator, I got slapped. Literally. So yeah, I don't trust Google Translator. No way. You get slapped from your wife? Yeah, that's not good to use.
when we were driving nearly 30 hours from Florida to Connecticut, and we saw nothing but road and trees.
Oh yeah, try going out west. All you see is like in Montana, Wyoming, a lot of prairie, either cattle on the prairie or maybe you'll run into a big town and then go back out into the prairie or whatever else. That's it. For miles. day and a half. I mean, that is like a long trip between Montana and Wyoming. It is very long. And we've done that a couple times. Right on I-94, going all the way across. Right into Washington State. And Idaho, when you go through Idaho, it's like a quick blink, boom, you're gone, in and out. Because you're up on that tip of Idaho or the panhandle up there, and you're in and out real quick, like that. I don't even think you get like 6 miles, if I remember correctly, up in Idaho. I mean, you look on the map, it's like, oh man, that's pretty small. That'll get me through there like what, like 3 seconds? No, it's like about 6 miles, and then you're through already. And I know in that area up there on off of 94, it's definitely mountain up there. So you're going down a grade, going up a grade, so you're crossing over the Rockies, and then you're coming down from the Rockies.
Restreambot says, Trovo, DJ Linux, I speak Spanish, I'm Puerto Rican.
Copy that.
Ricky Bobby W says, my dad and I took turns driving whenever we felt drowsy.
Right. And me and Carmen will do that when we go to Arkansas for Thanksgiving. But yeah, DJ, my wife is got a Hispanic heritage. I mean, I've got some, but I wasn't
Girls
raised.
18 Wheels says truck should be done tomorrow, I hope. Home now, leave fam time.
Truck should be done by tomorrow? Holy crap, where the heck did they get a rear end that quick? But DJ, my wife has got Hispanic in her, and I do too, but I was pretty much raised up with English, so I don't speak a lot of Spanish. I know a lot of the naughty words. Definitely, indeed, I know a lot of the naughty words, but everybody seems to learn them really quick. But my wife definitely can speak Spanish.
IDK must have had some on hand.
Yeah, they had to have, because I mean, that normally takes a while to get an axle, a whole axle. I mean, they got to drop it off basically at the U-bolts.
Nightbot hugs the 12 times. I love hugging.
Nightbot, you little squirt.
Grills 18 Wheels says number, not the actual words law.
Number 25. And there are some in there that might not be actually curse words, but the pronunciation of it can be insulting.
So don't tip Gary off, he'll curse you out in Spanish. Miss Billy says, I'm going to nail that test for Jenny. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. That's a good idea, Miss Jilly. Do it for Jenny. Have a great night, Miss Jilly.
18 Wheels says, I miss Jilly, best wishes for you.
That just really floors me, girls, that,
Restreambot says, Trovo, DJ Linux, everyone that start learning a new language, always learn the bad stuff first. Ha ha ha.
yeah, that is true. That is true. But, I mean, I'm just floored, girls, that they've got an axle in stock. That just floors me. Because when I had the godmother in to get repaired, it took definitely 2 days for them to get the axle, or get the parts, the divider, because my axle was actually good. I caught it soon enough. No, mine was the transmission. The divider was changed out somewhere else. But luckily, I had for the divider was 2 days, and then roughly, so it was going to take a full day to get, ordered, and then have them to transport it. And they got there like on the second day, and then they needed about 8 hours to put it together.
Girls 18 Wheels says, me too. Thought I would have the rest of the week down or something, but seems like we'll be running tomorrow or shortly after.
And by then, I think it was by like Friday, I was able to pick the truck up, and then basically have to work the weekend, because I mean I lost a lot of wage, so I had to work the weekend to make up for that. I mean, and then on top of that, with the price, it was like the total price came out to like $16,000. So it was like, all right, well, where do we shuffle all the money from to get that? Because I mean, it's got to be paid. But we did. We got the money together and paid the bill up in full and make a trip out there to go pick it up. Between company versus owner-operator, company's got it better right now. All they got to do is just sit and wait till it's done and go back to work. Me, I got to sit there on the phone like, well, what's going on? What's the status? What is this? What? Why am I getting a call now? Oh, well, the rear end's not right. We have to order another one. Oh, great, thanks. Where's my phone call hours ago? Yeah, I deal with that kind of stuff. And it's not the first time. When the Godfather truck finally blew the rear end out, that one was pretty bad. That one costed a little bit more. That was probably like, well, at that time, that was a couple years prior, so that was just about probably $14,000 when that one went out. And they couldn't take the divider for a core because it was all chewed up, damaged. The ring gear blew up in there and it damaged the whole thing. And luckily the pumpkin itself, or the axle itself housing, was good, but I paid for a core too, because the core was junk. And on that truck we
Buttons 320 says, I blew my rear end out last night. Someone gave me some fried cabbage at lunch.
Gave you the methane gas. The meth gas. But yeah, I mean, when we did the transmission on the Godfather, I mean, that I wanted it changed out. So, I mean, that transmission was still the actual transmission that's been rebuilt. So that was already a planned transmission to take out, put a new clutch in it, redo the top end of the shifter. All that was redone, which we never, it was unplanned for the Godmother truck, but the Godfather was planned to have it replaced. Now this
Turbo, Wiz Nation, good evening. I am pro Mo team.
Copy that. How you
Girls
doing,
18 year old
Wiz?
says lucky.
How you doing, Wiz Nation? How's your night going? We've got 1 hour, 21 minutes.
Wish mine was a manual instead of an automatic.
Yeah. But I guess to put a manual in this truck is $30,000. So I almost have to spend an extra $30,000 to put a manual in this truck. Is it worth it? No. It's actually cheaper just to go buy a different truck with it in it. That would be the best way to go. I'm already paying $100 and some thousand for the truck being used, but it was still under the 500,000 miles. That's why it ended up being over 100,000. So, and I gotta wait till 2026 to pay it off, unless we get
Gonna go watch a movie with the wifey. Later, buddy.
Copy that, girls. Have a great night. Enjoy the home time. We'll be home tonight. Yeah, I mean, the life as an owner-operator, yeah, it's kind of an expensive one. More busier, more busiest. It's always busy. That's why we don't really get a lot of free time. Pretty much everything on our weekend is like planned from last week. Well, we didn't do this weekend, so we got to do that next weekend. Especially with the winter coming, we got to get our RVs done, so that's what we're going to be doing this weekend. Taking one RV back up north and put them both in storage, get them aired out, and put them in storage. Drive home.
Was the marooned protagonist Robinson Crusoe stranded on his deserted island in Daniel Defoe's novel? Find out when the ads end in about 2 minutes.
I'm going to say like a couple of years.
4200 says, hi Gary and everyone.
What's up,
Nightbot says,
Craig?
Craig 4200, is that you? I've missed you, Craig 4200. Glad you are here. Welcome back to the family.
What's going on, Craig? It's been a while. How are things running? Life is definitely probably very busy for you, I take it.
Craig 4200 says, I thought my internet was bad here. My switch to the outlet with my Wi-Fi was turned off. Just got my internet back on.
Oh, man. Why'd they turn the switch off? Or we were talking about the plug to your Wi-Fi.
Maintenance guy came to check my apartment and must have done it.
Oh. He probably checked it and forgot to plug it back in. That could have been it.
Nail says roll on.
That's right. I don't think anybody's seen the fallen star. That was, I don't know if our camera caught it or not, but I seen it. It's like boom right there.
How far you got?
51 minutes, Rusty. 51 minutes. diesel fuel and what are all spent on diesel fuel. I mean, we've got a little bit of hills here on this. So it can vary. I mean, this truck has only got 200-gallon tanks, which only 196 usable gallons, because there needs to be room on top of the tanks for fuel expansion. So if it's a hot day, the fuel can expand a little bit, and we get better miles per gallon with that compared to like a winter. So I mean, it varies. We spent, I think it was like $146 today for about, I think it was like 48 gallons that filled up the tank. So that's what it costed us to come back.
Farmer Pierce says, I see you decided to share your rain from earlier this morning. Thanks, Gary.
Well, you know, Farmer Pierce, I always like to share. Sharon ain't Karen. Daniel, I mean, it can vary. Long trips, if I wind down the fuel tanks down to E, I could be looking at $600, maybe $800, depending on where the fuel is at, price-wise.
If sharing is caring, which Care Bear are you lol?
I don't know. I've never watched Care Bears. But for the most part, Daniel, I mean, it depends upon the state, what they got their fuel price at. Lately, we've seen it $3.39. Some places $3.59. Some places $8.6 or $3.69. It just depends upon the state. I mean, if I could do it right now, I would take this 100-gallon fuel tank off and put 150-gallon on the driver's side. I can't put anything bigger on the passenger side because of all the emissions on the right side with the exhaust. Otherwise, I'd take that right off and...
Okay, we just had some lightning and thunder.
Oh, well, I didn't have that today. I just had mist while rain that came down, Farmer Pierce. That was it. That was it. But for the most part, Daniel, I mean, if I was able to take the emissions off, which I can, I'd have twin 150-gallon tanks on here, and I'd easily be able to make this trip no problem. Going all the way from Green Bay to Fargo and back to the yard without having to fill up. It would hit me filling up in